Chapter 656. Crack, the crisp pear smashed onto Lu Dowling's head, then bounced back and smashed onto the ground. There was nothing wrong with Lu Dowling's forehead. There was just some splashed pear juice on it. If his subordinates saw this, they would be scared out of their wits. Yi Dowling, the authority in the economic field, known as the hidden minister of the Ministry of State, could only accept the fruit thrown at him. Who would believe such a thing if it was set out? Lu Dowling took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the juice on his forehead and smiled. Ancestor's aim is not bad, just like when you were young, don't give me that cheeky face. The old ancestor hadn't calmed down yet and said with an unhappy expression. Lu Dowling smiled bitterly. Ancestor, I'm just saying some words of understanding to Big Brother. I know my words aren't pleasant to hear, but it's the truth. Do you still need to hide it from your own family? I can't do such a thing. What do you know? Ancestor pointed at Yi Dowling's nose and scolded, you think with your twisted intestines all day long. You can look down on people just because you read a few more books and learned a few more words. You're the smartest in the world. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror and see if you still look like a man of Swallow Dock? You talk about benefits and relationships all day long, full of schemes and schemes. You're an unfashionable politician. Why can't gentleness ascend to heaven? If she wants to ascend, she will ascend. This is the good daughter of Swallow Dock. Why is Mo Qingdi the only one from Swallow Dock who can pry into heaven? That's because Mo Qingdi isn't afraid of anything and doesn't care about benefits or disadvantages. When he was young, what didn't he dare to do? When he was young, who dared to provoke the Fang family? When he was young, he suppressed you bastards so much that you couldn't even lift your heads and breathe heavily. I don't think gentleness is wrong. Get what you want, fight for what you want, even you know that you have to pass the heavenly barrier. Of course, the heavenly barrier has to be passed. You're so worried about this and afraid of that, cowering all day long, and you still want to pry into heaven? If I were God, I would use lightning to strike you. No wonder Mo Qingdi only has a good relationship with Wen Nuan. He doesn't care about cowards like you at all. It would be best if my gentleness succeeds, but it's not a big deal if I fail. I'm just a woman, and I don't know any big principles. But in my opinion, the heavenly Tao is the human Tao. Humanity was about doing what one wanted to do. She is injured and crippled. Our Yi family will provide for her for the rest of her life. If she dies, our Yi family will also pinch our noses and accept it. Who can live forever? After listening to the elder ancestor's words, everyone present, regardless of age or gender, was moved. Yi Dowling's youngest daughter, Yi Zi, reached out to massage the old ancestor's shoulders and said, Old ancestor, don't be angry with my dad. He's also worried about my sister. Humph. If he was really worried, I wouldn't have said these things. Even at this time, he still has other thoughts. He deserves to be scolded. Yi Dowling's face was red, and he explained awkwardly to the old ancestor, Old ancestor, if I'm wholeheartedly doing this for my own benefit, I should encourage gentleness to challenge the heavenly axiom. How can I say that she's too anxious? I'm purely worried about her safety. You're right, I'm a mediocre politician now. I can't help it. It's said that our Yi family is prosperous, but most people are either seeking immortality or seeking the Tao. Each of them is a reclusive master, and each of them is untainted by dust. Our Yi family wants to live, and we want to live well. There has to be a few people who jump out to do those dirty things, right? Guanyin Bodhisattva still needs a group of ordinary people to worship her. Old ancestor, don't you think this makes sense? Yi family wants to rise, Yi family wants to develop, these are all correct. But don't forget what our duty and foundation is. Don't forget what the name of the land under your feet is. This is Swallow's Dock, remember this name. The old ancestor pointed at Yi Dowling and said, Little Ling, you forget the fastest. You are still far from being gentle. You're a loser. After the great ancestor finished speaking, he turned around with some uncertainty and asked, Yezi, is that what he said? Yezi's face turned red. He didn't dare to look at his father's eyes that were about to spit fire. He nodded and said, "Old ancestor is right, too right." Everyone in the room looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Everyone was having a hard time holding back their laughter. Lu Dowling got up angrily and said, "I'm going out for a smoke." As soon as Lu Dowling stepped out of the hall, he heard the laughter of everyone behind him. After getting busy, even eating at the same table with his family became a blissful moment. Lu Wan first scooped soup for Fang Hui, then put some food for Fang Yen. She didn't touch her chopsticks, but she kept urging the old and the young to drink more soup and eat more food. Fang Hui looked at Fang Yen eagerly and said, "It's rare for Fang Yen to come back. Let's have a small reunion. Open the bottle of Mao Tai in my room. It's a happy day, everyone drink some." Lu Wan was the first to object. She said, "Dad, you're not in good health. The doctor also advised you not to drink. You should drink more soup." Fang Hui's mental state was really worrying recently. Lu Wan didn't dare to let anything happen to him. Fang Yen also followed and said, "My mom is right. Grandpa, you should drink the soup." Fang Yen ran to Fang Hui's room and took out a bottle of old Mao Tai. After he unscrewed the cap, the whole room was filled with the aroma of wine. "Good wine," Fang Yen praised. He poured half a cup for his mother and a full cup for himself. He said, "Today is a happy day. We should drink some wine. Come, let's have a toast." Then he said to Fang Hui, "Grandpa can't drink. Let's use soup as a substitute." Fang Yen raised his cup and clinked it with his mother's. They both took a sip. "Pa!" Fang Hui slammed the bowl of soup on the table and said angrily, "This meal is tasteless. I'm not eating anymore." After that, he was about to push the wheelchair away from the table. "I'll give you one spoonful," Fang Yen shouted. Fang Hui stopped pushing the wheelchair and said, "One tael. Only one spoonful. Half a tael. Only one spoonful. 2 spoonfuls. Only 1 spoonful. If you don't want it, then forget it." Fang Yen put on an uncompromising posture. Fang Hui hesitated for a long time and said, "1 spoonful then." So, Fang Yen poured a spoonful of Mao Tai into the spoon and carefully put it into Fang Hui's mouth. Fang Hui savored it with an intoxicated expression. He smiled happily and said, "Really good wine." Fang Yen and Lu Wan glanced at each other and laughed as well. Lu Wan whispered to Fang Yen, "Your grandpa will only be so happy when you come back." Fang Yen held his mother's hand tightly and said, "I won't leave this time. Even if I have to leave, I'll take you with me." Lu Wan shook her head and said, "Don't mention this to your grandfather. This is what he doesn't want to see the most. He doesn't need you to accompany him. He wants you to soar in the sky like an eagle. Do what you want to do. He won't hold you back, and he won't leave Swallow Dock. I won't either. I'll stay here and look after the house for you. I'll take care of your grandpa and stay with your father." Fang Yen sighed inwardly and said to Lu Wan with a smile, "Granny has been urging me to get married. She called me and talked about it. What's going on between you and Chaoga? And Teng, how are things going between you two? I heard that Teng Nuan has been cultivating in seclusion. I haven't seen her for a while." Fang Yen said with a smile, "I'm waiting for her to come out as well." After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Fang Yen sat in the courtyard with Grandpa Luo and chatted with him. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan had been left in Huaqing by Fang Yen. Without them, the house was a lot more deserted. Listening to Fang Hui talk about his brave deeds when he was young, Fang Yen suddenly felt annoyed and restless. Seeing that Fang Yen was distracted, Fang Hui said, "I'm tired and I want to sleep. You can go about your own business." Fang Yen rose to his feet and said, "Grandpa, I'm going out for a while. Go ahead." Fang Hui waved his hand, looked at the eagle on the cage, and said, "I'll talk to this old man for a while and then go to bed." Fang Yen hurriedly ran to the entrance of the Yi family's old residence and banged on the door with all his might. The red door opened and Yi Lao San, who was guarding the door, saw Fang Yan standing at the door and said, "Little Yanzi, it's so late. What brings you here?" "I want to see Yi Rou." Fang Yan said. "That won't do." Yi Lao San wanted to close the door and said, "Miss Luo has been cultivating in seclusion for many days and has never seen any guests. No one in the family can see her, not to mention an outsider like you. I have something urgent to talk to her about." Fang Yan wanted to break in. "Fang Yan," Yi Lao San shouted. "I'm telling you, don't do anything stupid. Swallow Dock also has its own rules. You're barging into our Yi family in the middle of the night. What do you want?" "I have a bad feeling, I want to see Yi Rou." Fang Yan rushed in regardless and said, "No matter what, I must see Yi Rou today. Grandpa Yi, let me in, please. I've stolen a lot of cigarettes for you in the past, right? What if I don't let you in?" A clear voice came over. Fang Yan looked into the house and saw Yi Daoling in a white tang suit standing in the yard and staring at him coldly. Chapter 657. What if I don't let you in? Yi Daoling was wearing a white tang suit. The front of the suit was drenched. His short hair was messy and his face was flushed. There were still beads of sweat on his forehead. It wasn't hard to guess what he was doing. The Yi family loved martial arts. The white tiger fist passed down in their family was ferocious and could split mountains. If they entered the tiger stage, they could transform into a tiger and use their bodies to raise tigers. They would be like a tiger king patrolling the mountains. The three tigers of the Yi family practiced martial arts. Among them, Yi Daoxian had the highest achievements. He was the first of the three brothers to enter the tiger stage of the Yi family. At that time, it caused a great sensation in the Neijiang Lake. It was precisely because of how outstanding Yi Daoxian and the other two brothers were that outsiders referred to them as the three tigers of the Yi clan, or the three heroes of the Yi clan. Of course, the latter was not as famous as the former. Yi Daoxian was a genius. He modified the tiger fist and trained it on the members of the most elite and mysterious special forces of Huaxia, the Sword of the East. When the Sword of the East carried out all kinds of difficult missions, the tiger fist performed outstandingly and reached shocking combat power. It also protected the safety of the members of the Sword of the East. During a battle outside of South Africa, the Sword of the East encountered the Wolf Blood Kamikaze team, which was also famous for their valiance and bloodthirstiness. The Sword of the East fought as an away team and fought 1 against 3. Even though they lost 3 members and injured 5, they managed to wipe out 21 elites of the Wolf Blood Kamikaze team. This battle shocked the entire world. America, Russia, and Israel were famous for their special forces. Only then did they understand that the special forces of Huaxia were already among the strongest in the world. It was said that the military was very interested in the tiger fist of the Yi family. They were working with Yi Daoxian to prepare a simplified version as one of the basic fist techniques of the 3 armies. If Yi Daoxian's simplified version of the tiger fist was widely used in the 3 armies, then Yi Daoxian would become the commander of the 3 armies. He would be even more awesome than Lin Chong, the instructor of the 800,000 imperial guards in Water Margin. The Yi family would become the top noble family in Yanjing and even the whole of Huaxia. This was also the reason why Yi Daoxian had been appearing and disappearing unpredictably for the past few years, almost never returning to his home at Swallow Dock. He knew what this success meant to him and the Yi family. Yi Daowen's personality was honest and sincere. He guarded the old residents at Swallow Dock and took care of the young and old of the Yi family. He was equivalent to the Yi family's great patriarch. He wholeheartedly pursued martial arts. Although his aptitude was slightly weak, he had achieved good results after many years of hard work. Yi Daoling was passionate about politics and was inevitably distracted. Therefore, his martial arts realm was naturally a level lower than the other 2 brothers. The old drunkard had once commented on the warriors of Swallow's Dock and said, "The Yi clan's fierce tiger fist is number 1 in terms of biting cold and murderous Daoxian. In terms of nimbleness and versatility, Daoling is number 1. In terms of thick and heavy, Yi Daowen is number 1. Dao Xian and Dao Ling win in the front, and Dao Wen wins in the back. The key was whether Yu Daowen could break through the threshold before him. Even the weakest of the three brothers, Yi Daoling, had long entered the middle stage of the tiger realm of the fierce tiger fist. If he had enough time and could practice every day, it would be easy for him to break through again. But now, such a powerful person was blocking the door of the Yi family's old residence and said, "What if I don't let you in? Isn't this bullying?" Fang Yan laughed after seeing Yi Daoling. He warmly greeted him and said, "Third uncle, long time no see. When did you come back? I was thinking of visiting you in Yanjing after coming back. I didn't expect to meet you in Swallow's Dock. Third uncle just finished practicing martial arts. It's still early. I think third uncle won't be resting now. I'll go in and drink tea with you and chat." When Fang Yan spoke, he was about to pass by the gatekeeper, Yi Laosan. Yi Laosan reached out to stop him and happened to block Fang Yan's body. Fang Yan looked at Yi Laosan and said, "Grandpa Yi, third uncle has agreed to this. Why are you still blocking me?" Yi Laosan liked Fang Yan and sincerely advised, "Little Yanzi, go back. Come back in the morning. Grandpa will open the door for you." Yi Daoling thoughtfully looked at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, do you know what time it is now? Everyone in the Yi family lives here. Do you think it's appropriate for you to barge in the middle of the night?" "Third uncle, I want to see Yi Rou." Fang Yan directly stated his intention. "No." Yi Daoling refused and said, Rou is training behind closed doors. She won't see anyone." "Third uncle, I feel upset and restless. I'm worried that something happened to Rou." Fang Yan said anxiously. Yi Daoling sneered and said, "Fang Yan, you feel upset and restless because you are sick. If you are sick, you have to see a doctor. What does this have to do with Rou? I feel that something is wrong with Rou. Maybe her breakthrough is obstructed." Fang Yan helplessly explained, "It's better if she's fine. If she's fine, I have to go check to make sure she's safe." Yi Daoling was amused by Fang Yan's words. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, don't you think your request is too much? Rou's breakthrough is a big thing for our Yi family. During this time, everyone in the Yi family is serving Rou. The first priority is to ensure Rou's safety. You said that Rou is in danger. You said that you want to go in and see her. Why? Yi Rou is a member of our Yi family. If she is disturbed by you during the most critical period of her breakthrough, who is responsible for this? Who will bear this loss? If you destroy Rou's ascension and cause her to suffer from the backlash of the heavenly law, Fang Yan, why should I give you such a chance?" Fang Yan looked at Yi Daoling sincerely and said, "Third uncle, you care about Rou. I also care about Rou. Rou is now a member of your Yi family, but she will be a member of my family in the future." "Bastard!" Yi Daoling shouted coldly, "Who said that Rou will be a member of your Fang family in the future? Did our Yi family agree?" Fang Yan was not angry. He looked at Yi Daoling and said, "Third uncle, this is a private matter between me and Rou. It's fine as long as Rou agrees. I want to marry Yi Rou. I'm not going to marry all of your Yi family. She is my girlfriend, and I am her boyfriend. If my father hadn't died, Rou and I might have gotten married and had children. I knew that you, Fang Yan, are sharp-tongued and hard to deal with. Now you've learned to pester me endlessly." Yi Daoling's face was livid. He said to third brother Yi, "Get me a small stool. I will stay here tonight. I want to see how you will enter my Yi family's gate." Fang Yan's eyes were firm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Third uncle, you also know that you can't beat me." Yi Daoling was so angry that he laughed and said, "You really have confidence in yourself. Since you said that I can't beat you, I still want to try. If you dare to cross the threshold of my Yi family tonight, I will serve you with Yi family's fierce tiger fist. Third uncle, we will be a family in the future. Why do we have to fight?" Fang Yan said helplessly, didn't we get along very well when we were in Yanjing last time? At that time, you even praised me and said that I was the most outstanding young man in Swallow Fort. The most outstanding young man can't even cross the gate of your Yi family? No. Yi Daoling said. Before Ro Ro comes out, no one is allowed to disturb her. This is the rule set by our Yi family. I will be on duty tonight. Naturally, I can't let the commandment be broken on the first day. Then I can only let third uncle down. Fang Yan said. As he spoke, he had already bent over and rushed into the backyard of the Yi family's old house. Boom! Yi Daoling's body instantly bounced up and pounced towards Fang Yan like a tiger preying on its prey. The ancients were particular about reflecting on their mistakes while facing the wall, but today's people like to face the wall to make breakthroughs. In fact, facing the wall to reflect and facing the wall to make breakthroughs were the same. The ancients also had the idea of improving their strength while reflecting on themselves, whether it was on the physical or spiritual level. This was a sealed stone cave in the basement of the Yi family's ancestral hall. In the past, it was a place to avoid the flames of war or escape when the family encountered a major crisis. Now, it had become a place for important people in the family to live in seclusion when facing important decisions. The stone cave was extremely simple. There was a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. This was all the belongings of the entire house. There was a simple and elegant glass bottle on the stone table. There was a bamboo branch in the glass bottle. This bottle and the bamboo branch in the bottle were brought in by Yi Ro when she was in seclusion. It was to have a companion in this stone room. The green bamboo leaves were the only green in this room. There were windows in the stone room. The moonlight shone in from the skylight overhead, illuminating every corner of the stone room. The ventilation and exhaust holes were done very well. It wouldn't make people feel short of breath. There was no telephone, no computer, no music, and no books. There was nothing modern. Because she hadn't cut her hair for a long time, her hair had grown longer and now reached her shoulders. Because she hadn't bathed in the sun for a long time, her pretty face was pale, giving people a transparent color. Yi Ro was dressed in a black robe. She sat cross-legged on the bed. Her hands were naturally clasped on her knees. Her eyes were closed as if she was asleep. She had maintained this posture for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days ago, after she ate some dry food and drank some water, she suddenly had an epiphany. So, she walked to the stone bed and sat down. In the past 2 days, Yi Ro's mood was very calm. She had no desires and her 6 senses were pure. Her thoughts were in a wanton state. Not dirty, not clean, not thinking about anything, but it was possible to capture anything. She walked in the wilderness, in an uninhabited desert. The yellow sand rolled, and the wind blew. In the entire world, she was the only moving living thing. In the distant sky, she could hear the long cry of a crane. She knew that crane was the way she was looking for. She wanted to find that crane. Chapter 658. The ferocious tiger fist was famous for its bravery and vigor. This fist technique was used by Yi Daoling, one of the 3 tigers of the Yi family. Yi Daoling had long entered the tiger stage, so when he pounced at Fang Yan, he had already turned into a tiger. His huge body was like the body of a tiger king. The powerful aura could suppress all the beasts in the forest and make it hard for them to move. Yi Daoling's hands turned into sharp claws. One clawed at Fang Yan's chest and the other at Fang Yan's throat. Both of them were vital points. True energy filled them. Yi Daoling's claws also seemed to have expanded several times. His hands faintly flashed with red light, as if they had been dyed with paint. A human's palm became a tiger's claws. The strength of a human was far greater than the strength of a tiger's pounce. Because of the extreme speed, the claws left countless afterimages in the air. Countless claws formed a line in the air, forming a heart-palpitating scene of ghost entanglement. He was 2 meters away from Fang Yan just now, but he had reached Fang Yan's chest and throat in an instant. the ferocious tiger descends the mountain. Yi Daoling's pair of sharp claws completely locked down Fang Yan's attack route. No matter which part he charged from, he could use the cruelest and most violent method to kill him, if Yi Daoling was willing. Ferocious tiger patrolling the mountain, amazing. Fang Yan praised in his heart. As a politician in economic work, Yi Daoling was able to have such deep internal energy and such brilliant skills while doing his job well. It had to be said that this person's talent and diligence were extremely rare. When Fang Yan saw Yi Daoling for the first time, he was practicing in the courtyard. When he saw Yi Daoling again, he was still practicing in the courtyard. Practicing in the winter and practicing in the summer. After a long time, he would definitely become a great person. The three tigers of the Yi family were praised like this. Naturally, they had their outstanding points. Before the tiger claws arrived, Fang Yan was already attacked by the air currents stirred up by the claws. The strong wind blades blew on his face and body, causing him to feel a burning pain. Fortunately, Fang Yan was also a martial artist with great skills. If he didn't have internal energy to protect his body and solid skin to protect himself, his face and body would have been cut into countless bloody wounds by Yi Daoling's claws. Fang Yan charged forward fearlessly, as if he was taking the initiative to charge into the range of Yi Daoling's claws. Hiss! Yi Daoling's first claw grabbed at Fang Yan's throat. Fang Yan's body turned into a Tai Chi Pisces as he rushed forward. At the same time, his left foot was still moving forward. His right foot turned 180 degrees and then turned again. He went behind Yi Daoling. Yi Daoling's claw missed, and he turned around like lightning. His other claw locked onto Fang Yan's chest. White Tiger turned around. Fang Yan's body fell backward. His feet landed on the ground as if there were two steel nails nailed to the ground. His body was almost parallel to the ground at 180 degrees. Kacha! Yi Daoling's claw grabbed onto the vermilion door of the courtyard and a large piece of wood fell down. Yi Daoling threw away the wood in his hand and jumped up high, once again pouncing towards Fang Yan who was lying on the ground. Pala! Yi Daoling's two claws were deeply inserted into the ground. The old limestone was actually poked out two large holes by his claws. Fang Yan's body had already disappeared from where he stood, as if he had never been there. What a good move, evil tiger digs out the heart. Fang Yan stood not far away and looked at Yi Daoling with lingering fear. He said, "Third uncle, you don't have to risk your life like this, right? I just wanted to remind Wenwan. You don't have to think about digging out my heart too, right?" Kacha! Yi Daoling pulled out his palm from the stone hole. He stretched out his hand and gently squeezed, turning the stone residue in his palm into powder. Opening his palm, the stone powder was blown away by the night wind. Yi Daoling looked at Fang Yan and said in a deep voice, "You broke into my Yi family's ancestral home at night. This concerns the honor and reputation of the Yi family. As a member of the Yi family, you naturally have the responsibility to protect it from outsiders." Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Third uncle, I have good intentions. If I had any bad intentions towards you and Nguyen, I would have sneaked in a long time ago. Why would I come knocking on the front door?" Yi Daoling sneered and said, "The Yi family is heavily guarded. Not anyone can sneak in." Fang Yan, didn't you say that I'm not your opponent? If you are a real man of swallow stock, then fight me to your heart's content. What kind of hero are you if you hide like this? Third uncle, I said that you're not my opponent not to show off how powerful I am. If you were my opponent, you would have used the fierce tiger patrolling the mountain and evil tiger steals heart of the 3 killing moves of the fierce tiger fists. Moreover, they were consecutive moves. How could you not injure me? Yi Daoling's face became more gloomy and said, "It seems that I must let you have a good taste of my Yi family's unique skill tonight. Third uncle, when Nguyen's safety is more important. I naturally know that when Nguyen's safety is more important. It is because I understand this that no matter what, I can't let you in tonight. I have to go in no matter what." Fang Yan looked at Yi Daoling with a firm expression and said, "Third uncle, you are Yi Wenwan's uncle and also an elder that I respect. I understand that you have the responsibility of guarding the family, but I also have a reason to go. Regardless of whether your Yi family admits it or not, Yi Wenwan has already agreed to be my girlfriend. She is my woman and the mother of my future child. I feel that she is in danger, and this danger is very strong. So, forgive me for being rude. When this matter is over and Wenwan is safe and sound, I will bring wine to apologize to you. You don't need to apologize to me. Yi Daoling said, Fang Yan, since you want to come in, then take 3 punches from me. We will exchange 3 punches. If you can take 3 punches from me, I will go back to my room to sleep. I won't care about what you do. Fang Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, Third uncle, Tai Chi is about using softness to overcome hardness. You want me to exchange 3 punches with you? You don't agree? Of course I agree. Fang Yan said. I said that no matter what, I will enter the Yi family tonight. And I will enter the Yi family from the front door. Then I wish you good luck. A smile appeared on Yi Daoling's face. His hands were clenched into fists. Because of the excessive strength, the place where his fists were made crackling sounds. That wasn't the sound of bones cracking, but the sound of burning strength burning the air. Awu, Yi Daoling's abdomen made a sound similar to a tiger wanting to eat. During the formation of the tiger fist, from inside to outside, it was like a real adult tiger. Yi Daoling's body bowed slightly and his head leaned forward, making the standard action of catching prey. Boom! His feet stomped on the ground and his body jumped high, once again pouncing towards Fang Yan. His fists danced in the air. The iron fist that was like a giant hammer began to shrink amidst the crackling sounds of burning. It became smaller and smaller, finally becoming the size of a normal fist. Whoosh, like a breeze, it smashed towards Fang Yan's head. It didn't seem to be dangerous. Of course, it just seemed. The crane cries, sometimes near, sometimes far, and sometimes completely disappeared. Yi Wan first walked slowly with a leisurely attitude. Then she trotted, wanting to get closer. She walked through one sea of sand after another, passing through one sand dune after another. However, the scenery in front of her was still the same, and the crane cries in the sky were still far away. She didn't get closer to her goal. She couldn't find the heavenly law in her heart. Yi Wan sprinted forward wildly. Her black clothes were cut by the wind, fluttering. Her feet ran faster and faster, and her body turned into a gust of black wind. She saw the white crane. She flew elegantly among the clouds, letting out a long cry from time to time. The sound was clear and spread far. It seemed to see Yi Wan running on the ground. This was the only companion she met in the desert. She flapped her wings and flew straight down, like a runner leading the way above Yi Ruan's head. Yi Ruan was fast, but it flew faster. Yi Ruan slowed down, so it also slowed down. Yi Ruan bit her thin lips, and her body suddenly leaped. Its speed was so sudden, as fast as lightning. It stretched out its right hand, wanting to grab the 2 slender legs of the crane. Whoosh, the white crane changed into the smiling face of Fang Yan. Fang Yan, Yi Ruan's expression stiffened, and her hand naturally stopped. Then, the scene in front of her changed. She came to the sunny spring. Flowers were blooming all over the mountains and fields, and the green grass covered the whole land like a blanket. She ran in the grassland in a snow-white dress. Butterflies fluttered, and birds sang. The whole world was full of vitality, which made her body and soul feel unprecedentedly happy. She wanted to run on the grassland, she wanted to dance among the flowers, she wanted to taste every wild fruit, she wanted to hold a handful of spring water and splash it on her face. She saw a young deer at the edge of the jungle. It looked at her with confused eyes, like a newborn child looking at this strange world. Yi Ruan's mind moved, and then she ran wildly toward the young deer. When she stretched out her hands and wanted to push the deer down, the deer turned into the mocking face of Fang Yan. The scene changed again. She was in the hell of hell. Countless evil ghosts flew toward her. When she tried to stab them with her sword, each evil ghost turned into the frightened face of Fang Yan. the scene changed again. She was in the battlefield of two armies. Dead soldiers were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Yu Wan led the army to fight and finally captured the enemy's commander. The enemy's commander turned out to be Fang Yan. Yu Wan finally understood that if she wanted to peep into the natural law, she had to cut off her love. Chapter 659. Prying into the secrets of heaven and seeking the Tao. This was something that defied ethics and common sense. What was heaven? No one knew. Yi Ro herself didn't know either. If you didn't know what you were looking for, how could you find it? Mysterious within mysterious, the door of all wonders. This was what Laozi said in the Tao Te Ching. It meant that if you wanted to open the door of all wonders and the password of life, you needed to comprehend it with your heart and find the rules and connections between all things. The Tao was natural and the Tao didn't change. However, there were rules. Everything had an origin and an end. Knowing the order, you had to follow the Tao. No one knew what heaven was because 10,000 people would have 10,000 different answers in their hearts. This was the same logic as the classic saying, 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets in their hearts. Heaven wasn't a fantasy or a different world. It was just a thought in your heart. Everyone had all sorts of thoughts in their mind, and each thought represented the only path they could take. Some people couldn't understand some things their entire lives and died in depression. Some people struggled for a while and finally thought it through or decided to give up. Instead, they felt refreshed and happy for the rest of their lives. This was a challenge that everyone had to go through. It was also a test that they had to endure every day. From small things like, what to eat today, to big things like, should I beat up the neighbor old Wang, this was a choice and a clear thought. All martial artists knew that heaven was the strongest power in the world. Prying into the secrets of heaven and seeking the Tao. This was something that defied ethics and common sense. In serious cases, it would even trigger the power of laws. Therefore, to pry into the backlash of heaven, one had to gamble with the most important beliefs in one's heart. A good official would lose his position, a greedy person would lose his wealth, a good name would lose his reputation, a good person would lose his person, either he regressed and became immortal for all eternity. Or move forward and give up what you cared about the most. Heaven was the only one. If one wanted to pry into heaven, one had to cut off their emotions, desires, and dust to become a servant of heaven. It was easy to say, but how could it be? If Yi Daoling were to give up his position, if Fang Yan were to give up his family, if Yi Ro were to give up Fang Yan, everyone had countless desires in their hearts. Everyone had their own people or things that were worth protecting with their lives. Who dared to give up so easily? Those who had the willpower to become monks were all heartless bastards with great ideals and wisdom. Those who had the courage to commit suicide were just pure heartless bastards. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Ro realized that her deepest obsession was Fang Yan, the man whom she had beaten since she was a child, the man who used to regard her as a scourge, the man who was treacherous and affectionate, the man who could make her furious and bring her laughter, the man she had fallen in love with when she was very, very young. If she wanted to find the heavenly axiom, if she wanted to run on the road of martial arts without any worries, then she had to completely separate from that man. She had to expel him from the depths of her heart, delete him from the depths of her memory, let him leave her thoughts, let him leave her life, let him no longer be able to arouse any of her emotions, let him become a passerby, let him become a faceless person. The scene changed again. Yi Ro was once again in the deserted Gobi Desert. She saw the white crane that looked like Fang Yan. As long as it stretched out its hand, it could break her neck. The scene changed again. Yi Ro came to the grassland in the spring breeze. She looked into the eyes of the young deer. The deer nudged her chest with its sharp horns and even rubbed her soft breasts shamelessly. She felt a tingling sensation on her body. She almost couldn't stand steadily. As long as she slapped down, she could slap the deer to death. The scene changed again. Yi Ro was choked by the ferocious ghost that looked like Fang Yan. Her face turned purple and she had difficulty breathing. The scene changed again. The long sword in her hand was hanging on Fang Yan's neck, but she couldn't chop off his head. This scene kept repeating. All the scenes related to Fang Yan kept changing. In the end, it turned into countless fast-forward scenes that flashed in and out of Yi Ro's mind. Countless scenes flashed. Countless Fang Yan were shouting at her, smiling at her, brandishing his claws at her, waving his long sword at her. Yi Ro's mood began to become agitated. A lot of beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her meditating body was unstable. Her hands that were upside down on her knees were trembling slightly. Every time she trembled, large beads of sweat would fall from the back of her hands. Her hair was soaked and stuck to her scalp. On the stone table, the water had already formed a river. Between the heavenly Tao and Fang Yan, how should Yi Ro choose? How should she choose? The agitation became stronger and stronger. Her body turned into a barrel of dynamite, as if it could explode at any time. Fang Yan wanted to shout to Yi Daoling, "Let's have a temporary truce. I want to see Yi Ro," but he was very clear that if he didn't beat Yi Daoling until he was convinced, Yi Daoling wouldn't allow him to see Yi Ro. Just as Yi Daoling said, no one cared more about whether Yi Ro could successfully break through than the Yi family. The Yi family wouldn't allow anyone to destroy Yi Ro's breakthrough at this critical period. At least in their eyes, Fang Yan was here to destroy. The most talented child in the family, known as the rare, good horse of the Yi family, who dared to let her experience even a little bit of risk when she was facing the biggest obstacle in her life. Yi Daoling's fist that was swollen with a strong force became smaller and smaller. When it reached Fang Yan's face, it was no different from an ordinary fist. It was even smaller than a normal person's fist. It looked like a child's fist. The force was restrained, tightening the flesh and shrinking the bones. The fist was like a grenade. When it collided with a person or object, it would explode like a grenade. Right now, Fang Yan felt the pressure of facing a grenade. Fang Yan felt the danger, and so did the heart of Tai Chi. The silent heart of Tai Chi suddenly spun wildly. The Tai Chi domain also fully unfolded in Fang Yan's mind. In the Tai Chi domain, Yi Daoling disappeared. There was only a big red ball attacking him. The Tai Chi domain wouldn't lie. The big red ball that it presented was the true face of Yi Daoling's punch. What the naked eye could see was a maze. White tiger swallows the moon. Yi Daoling's abdomen had a whimper. Yi Daoling opened his mouth and roared. Yi Daoling was like an adult tiger, wanting to destroy the moon of Fang Yan with one punch. Fang Yan stood in place, his feet apart, his hands stretched out naturally, and kept drawing circles in front of him. One circle connected to another, and countless circles turned into a chi core. This chi core was like a tornado, covering Yi Daoling who was pouncing at him. Yi Daoling's body was shrouded by the tornado, and then he disappeared. Crackle crackle, a loud explosion and the roar of a tiger came from the tornado. A dazzling white light flashed. The white light cut through the dark night of the small courtyard, and the silence of Swallow Dock. It was like a searchlight rising into the sky, shining so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. The wind swept the fallen leaves, and the dust flew. The world changed color, and the bright moon shone brightly. Hiss! A hole was torn in the tornado, and Yi Daoling's body rushed out from that hole. The hole created by the tornado naturally couldn't maintain the integrity of this domain. Boom! The tornado burst open. The wind swept in all directions, and the gatekeeper Yi Laosan was blown down by the strong wind. His body rolled several times on the ground. The biggest gust of wind hit the century-old vermilion door of the Yi family's old residence. There was a loud crack, and a big hole appeared on the door. Creak creak, the door on the left shook violently for a few times, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The door of the Yi family's old residence was actually knocked down by the tornado energy released by Fang Yan. Yi Daoling's body soared in the air, and he charged forward rapidly. Clang! His feet trod on the bluestone tiles. The bluestone tiles couldn't bear the great power that came with his body, and with a loud cracking noise, the tiles caved in, just like two pieces of tofu being crushed by someone's foot. Yi Daoling's hair was messy, and his clothes were torn into pieces. Wounds appeared on his face, and blood was oozing out. Yi Daoling's pupils were filled with red veins, and he stared at Fang Yan without blinking. There was some doubt, but more of an uncontrollable anger. Hearing the commotion outside, the Yi family all turned on the lights, and many people rushed to the small courtyard. Yi Daolin's expression was slightly angry, but he didn't say anything to Fang Yan. Since Yi Daoling had appeared, as the big brother, he wasn't in a hurry to express his attitude. Yi Daoling's other juniors had ugly expressions. Fang Yan's actions were seen as provocation by them. Fang Yan, are you crazy? You came to smash our door in the middle of the night? Yi Daoli stared at Fang Yan with an unfriendly expression, and shouted in a low voice. Fang Yan, what are you dash? Yi Daoli originally wanted to scold Fang Yan, but thinking of the relationship between Fang Yan and sister Wen Nua, he stomped his feet and said, why did you come to the Yi family so late at night? Yi Fengsheng was shocked to see the fallen door. The Yi family had been standing for thousands of years, and had been despised, trampled, and stepped on countless times. However, it was the first time the door was torn down like tonight. Yi Fengsheng moved his fat butt and jogged in front of Fang Yan. His voice became a bit shaky as he said, Fang Yan, how did you know that our door was about to fall? I already found out that this door was rotten, and I always wanted to get a new one, but this is our Yi family's matter, you should quickly go back. As he spoke, he tried to push Fang Yan away. You tore down the door of our Yi family? Yi Daoling looked at Fang Yan with a hoarse voice and asked. Chapter 660. The ancients often said, bring glory to the family. For the people of Huaxia, the door had a rich and colorful meaning. The door represented dignity, power, and the face of a man and a family. No matter in any dynasty or era, no matter if it was a powerful person or a commoner in the countryside, tearing down the door was a taboo. It was not much different from digging up someone's ancestral grave. Of course, it was a little exaggerated. But if someone dared to go to someone's house and tear down the door, it was easy to irritate them and cause a fierce conflict. In the end, the problem could be solved by force. Except for the city management. Since he understood the heart of Tai Chi, Fang Yan's sixth sense was especially sharp. He was very sensitive to everything around him. Fang Yan suddenly felt uneasy. Subconsciously, he sensed that this feeling had something to do with Yi Rou. Yi Rou was cultivating in seclusion at this time. As far as he knew, Yi Rou suddenly went into seclusion this time mainly because she felt that the opportunity was approaching and the opportunity to break through was right in front of her. Yi Rou had been practicing martial arts since she was a child. She had entered the Dao-seeking stage when she was still a minor. She shocked the entire inner Jianghu and was called the first master of the younger generation in the inner Jianghu. It should be known that there were many elites in the inner Jianghu, and there were countless outstanding young people. Not to mention the young talents like Fang Yan, Bai Xiu, and Bailey Lu in Swallow Dock, the disciples of some famous masters outside were also very outstanding. Not to mention those in the 72 sects in the south who practiced fist techniques, several young people in the 11 sects in the north who practiced leg techniques also entered the public sight. Their achievements were praised by the older generation. Fang Yan had understood the heart of Tai Chi when he was 20 years old. He was the most outstanding successor of Fang family Tai Chi in the past 100 years, except for the old drunkard. He was the proudest successor of Tai Chi, except for the old drunkard. However, even a genius like Fang Yan was firmly suppressed by Yi Rou, which showed how powerful and domineering Yi Rou was. 3 years ago, Yi Rou broke through again and became the second youngest master to enter the Dao-seeking stage in the inner Jianghu. The first young guy was called Xiong Feihu. He entered the Dao-seeking stage at the age of 21, which was an achievement that many people could not achieve in their lifetime. Therefore, he was nicknamed Monster. Until now, he was still a legend in the inner river. It's just that he was born in the northern border, grew up in the northern border, and learned some sinister and vicious martial arts. His character was eccentric, and he almost never interacted with people. Fang Yan had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person. Fang Yan just wanted to see Yi Rou. He just wanted to make sure that his girlfriend was safe. In all honesty, Yi Rou had promised to be his girlfriend. They had walked hand in hand on the path outside the village countless times. He even wanted to kiss Yi Rou when she was not paying attention. It turned out that Yi Rou had never been unguarded against him. Every time Fang Yan's mouth approached her, she would always be able to slap Fang Yan away in time or kick Fang Yan to the ground. Sometimes, Fang Yan would think that Yi Rou agreed to be his girlfriend because she could hit him easily. No other man could give her such a strong sense of accomplishment. Later, he tried very hard to throw such thoughts out of his mind. Because he felt that it was disrespectful to him. How could I accidentally tear down someone's door? Fang Yan also had a headache. It seemed that things were getting more and more complicated and difficult to deal with. Fang Yan looked at Yi Daoling and said, I didn't tear it down. If you didn't tear it down, then did I tear it down? Yi Daoling sneered. Third uncle, you did. Fang Yan said with a serious face. This kind of thing couldn't be admitted even if he died. At this time, he couldn't be shameless. I saw it with my own eyes. This door was hit by your chi and then collapsed. Third uncle, you have to touch your conscience when you speak, Fang Yan said solemnly. I just want to see your gentle side, but third uncle insisted that I compete with you. I was forced to accept your extremely unreasonable condition. The door was indeed knocked down by my chi, but think about it seriously, third uncle, was my chi aimed at you at that time? My Tai Chi storm's target was third uncle, and the target was also third uncle. When the Tai Chi storm surrounded third uncle used the white tiger swallows the moon that you had been accumulating for a long time inside the storm. Third uncle is good at martial arts and forcibly tore a hole in my Tai Chi storm. However, because you used too much force in the Tai Chi storm, it caused the Tai Chi storm to explode, the domain disappeared, and the Chi leaked out. This caused the Yi family's door to be destroyed. I know third uncle didn't do it on purpose. You just wanted to change the old house's door, right? Yes. Yes. That's right, Yi Fengsheng echoed on the side. I said it before, Yi family should change to a more imposing door. Shut up. Yi Daoling glared at Yi Fengsheng and shouted angrily. He knew that Yi Fengsheng and Fang Yan had a very good relationship. This kid still dared to help an outsider in front of him. It really made him angry. Yi Fengsheng was extremely afraid of Yi Daoling. After being scolded, he gave Fang Yan a look, indicating that he should quickly slip away and not take this kind of trouble on himself. If the Yi family was serious about the matter of tearing down the door, even if it was brought to Sir, the Yi family would still be in the right. At that time, not only would Fang Yan have to bow his head and apologize, but grandfather Fang would also have to come and apologize. At that time, where would the Fang family's face be? Fang Yan understood his best friend's intentions, but he had no intention of leaving. Just as he said, before seeing Yi Rou, before confirming her safety, he would not leave the Yi family no matter what. He believed in his own premonition and judgment. Yi Daoling looked at Fang Yan and said, according to what you said, I was the one who tore down the door. Fang Yan nodded and said, you were the one who tore down the door. Since I tore it down, then I won't ask you to compensate. Fang Yan looked at Yi Daoling with a face full of astonishment. He thought, what does this uncle mean? Just now, he looked like he was going to denounce me, but he was convinced with a few words. It was not the first time that Fang Yan dealt with Yi Daoling. He knew that Yi Daoling was a man with great wisdom. How could such a person be easily convinced? Yi Daowen also looked at Yi Daoling with a puzzled expression, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. Yi Daoling ignored Fang Yan's scrutinizing gaze and said in a deep voice, you still don't want to exchange a few punches with me? Fang Yan shook his head and said, I don't want to. Because, Yi Daoling licked the blood stains at the corner of his mouth and said, you feel that I am no longer qualified to be your opponent? Fang Yan had a hesitant expression and didn't directly answer his question. You can speak frankly. Yi Daoling said. I'm not a narrow-minded person, I'm worried about hurting third uncle. You are a gentle third uncle, and also my third uncle. In the future, we will still be a family. I don't want to hurt the relationship between uncle and nephew before we reach that step, Fang Yan said with a sincere expression, as if he was completely thinking for Yi Daoling's sake. Yi Daoling pointed at Fang Yan and yelled at the Yi Dao disciples, "Beat him up." The Yi Dao disciples heard Yi Daoling's order and each took out their weapons, preparing to attack Fang Yan. "Bastard," an old voice resounded. With the help of a servant girl, the ancestor of the Yi family tiptoed over to this side. Yi Daoling quickly ran over to greet him and scolded, "Ancestor, why did you come out in the middle of the night? What if you get cold from the wind? Can I not come out?" The ancestor pointed at Yi Daowen, then at Yi Daoling, and said, "You're already so old, yet you're still arguing with a child, aren't you ashamed?" Yi Daoling had an innocent expression and said, "Ancestor, I was just standing here watching the show, but I didn't say a word. Watching the show is also your fault." The ancestor said rudely, "The Fang family's boy is worried about Wen Nuan's safety and came to visit out of goodwill. Is this how you treat your guests? Is this how we Yi family's men treat our guests?" Yi Daoling knew that the ancestor was difficult to deal with, but he still braced himself and said, "Ancestor, Fang Yan doesn't have any good intentions. Letting him visit Wen Nuan is like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. Pa, you're the weasel paying a visit to a chicken. I feel that the Fang family's boy is kind." The ancestor looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Fang Yan, are you sure Wen Nuan is in trouble?" "Yes," Fang Yan answered firmly and said, "I just have this bad hunch. I hope Wen Nuan is fine, but I'm worried that if something happens, I might be able to help by her side. Okay, come with me, I'll take you to see Wen Nuan." The ancestor said. "Ancestor, this mustn't be done," Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling shouted at the same time. "Why mustn't be done?" the ancestor said with an unhappy expression. Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling looked at each other. Yi Daoling gave a look, meaning to say that I've said what I should say, and you're the big brother. At this time, you should stand up and take some responsibility. Yi Daowen cleared his throat, walked in front of the ancestor, and said in a low voice, "Ancestor, this mustn't be done. Wen Nuan is at the critical moment of her breakthrough. I don't think it's appropriate to be disturbed by outsiders at this time. In addition, Wen Nuan's retreat is in the stone room. The stone room is in a hidden location in the Yi family's ancestral temple. The Yi family's rules clearly state that only descendants of the Yi family can enter the Yi family's ancestral temple without permission." Yi Daowen looked back at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, he's not a member of the Yi family. He's not qualified to enter the Yi family's ancestral temple." Chapter 661. Those who were not men of the Yi family could not enter the Yi family's ancestral hall. Not only did the Yi family have such a rule, but other families in Swallow Dock also had it. The Fang family also had it. If an outsider wanted to enter the Fang family's ancestral hall, the Fang family would definitely be extremely unwilling. Some strict families even had the rule that women could not enter the ancestral hall because in their view, women would eventually marry into other families. This rule was too disrespectful to women. Back then, the Thousand Leaves division died in battle in Swallow Dock. Not to mention placing the memorial tablet in the Fang family's ancestral hall, it was impossible to even find a cemetery in Swallow Dock. Fortunately, the old drunkard Mo Qingdi took the initiative to offer his cemetery, and the many heroes of Swallow Dock maintained respect for the actions of the Thousand Leaves division, so he was buried peacefully. The stone room used by the Yi family for seclusion was in the basement under the Yi family's ancestral hall. He had already heard this information from his friend Yi Fengsheng. Yi Daowen didn't lie to him on this point. Fang Yan understood the difficulties of Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling. Because if this happened in his family, grandfather would also be in a difficult position, right? It was also because of this reason that Fang Yan spent so much time with Yi Daoling at the door. If he didn't waste so much time, he would have rushed in and hugged Yi Ro in his arms, or rather, Yi Ro hugged him in her arms. He just wanted to influence or conquer Yi Daoling so that he would agree to let him see Yi Ro. Without the permission of the Yi family, he wouldn't dare to break into the ancestral hall. Otherwise, the entire Swallow Dock wouldn't let this rude and unreasonable person go. Fang Yan would become the public enemy of Swallow Dock. When the old ancestor heard Yi Daowen's words, he also hesitated for a while. He raised his eyes and glanced at Fang Yan, then looked at Yi Daowen and asked, "Is there no other way?" "No." Yi Daowen shook his head. He paused and said, "Unless Fang Yan is willing to marry into our Yi family and become a disciple of our Yi family." Fang Yan's heart suddenly tightened. "Father-in-law, don't play with your son-in-law like this, okay? Although I like your daughter very much, aren't you afraid of destroying our father-in-law and son-in-law relationship by making such a request to me? I am a very narrow-minded man." Yi Daoling chuckled and said, "If Fang Yan is willing to marry into our Yi family, there will naturally be no problem with this matter. I will even no longer oppose him and Wen Rou dash." The main reason why the Yi family did not agree to Fang Yan and Yi Rou being together was because they did not want the martial artist with the greatest potential and future in their family to become someone else's. It had been hundreds of years, and the Yi family only had the chance to produce a martial artist who was in the Tao of Heaven, but he was going to be tricked by that bastard from the Fang family or some other bastard from another family. Who the hell could tolerate something like this? How many people in the Tao of Heaven were there in the world? This was not cutting flesh, this was digging out the heart. The Yi family needed an elite in the Tao of Heaven, and they needed Yi Wenru to protect the Yi family. In that case, the status of the Yi family would rise again. Those who knew the truth would look at the Yi family in a new light. Even the elders behind the red wall would look at the Yi family in a new light. After all, the country or they themselves also needed the help of an elite in the Tao of Heaven to deal with some troublesome matters. And in Neijiang, having an elite in the Tao of Heaven was equivalent to having a gold medal. Who would dare to provoke a family with an elite in the Tao of Heaven? When Mo Lightly Enemy was promoted to the Tao of Heaven, how glorious was the Fang family? How could the Fang family hold their heads up high? Mo Lightly Enemy waited at home for a year, but no one came to challenge him. He had just been promoted to the Tao of Heaven. This was like a woman who had just bought a dress, or a man who had just bought a luxury watch. No one came to ask him to go shopping or play cards. How could he have the chance to show off his new love in front of others? Therefore, Mo Qingdi conquered the world alone with his sword, killing in all directions. It was also during that period that Mo Qingdi killed his way overseas and fought against the 36 islands of the East Ocean. He won every battle he fought. It was only when he encountered the Thousand Leaves army that he wasted some time. If Fang Yan and Yi Rou got married, Yi Rou would naturally marry into the Fang family. In that case, would Yi Rou belong to the Fang family or the Yi family? If she belonged to the Fang family, then the Yi family's expectations would naturally be disappointed. The Yi family's strength would be greatly reduced. The Yi family's meticulous nurturing and care. People outside could fight fiercely for a house or a car. These families could do anything for an elite in the Tao of Heaven. Think about it, Yi Rou, who had broken through the obstacles and entered the Tao of Heaven, could become another Mo Lightly Enemy. She could become a black dragon, a divine dragon, an existence even more terrifying than them. Such a talent, even countries were fighting over him, not to mention small families like theirs. Yi Daoling was a politician. Politicians cared about gains and losses the most. In his heart, Fang Yan was also a first-class talent. It could even be said that he was the most outstanding young man he had ever seen. If he was a member of the Yi family, Yi Daoling would wake up laughing even in his dreams. However, he was a member of the Fang family. He could even steal Yi Rou from the Yi family. This couldn't be. Absolutely not. However, if he could marry into the Yi family, not only would the Yi family not lose Yi Rou, they would also have Fang Yan. Yi Daoling would probably dream every night, and every time he dreamed, he would wake up laughing. Hearing Yi Daoling's suggestion, the Yi family's children were all full of joy. Some of them were on good terms with Fang Yan, some were not on good terms with Fang Yan. However, no matter if they liked Fang Yan or hated Fang Yan, they had to admit Fang Yan's value. He was the #1 male maniac in Swallow Fort. Even Bai Xiu was killed by him. Even Yi Fengsheng, the simple-minded fellow, couldn't help but grin. He thought to himself, my brother is indeed not an ordinary person. In order to win Fang Yan over, first uncle and third uncle both agreed to his marriage with my sister. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. If Fang Yan married into the Yi family, then, what about the Fang family? The Fang family was not as big and prosperous as the Yi family. Their Fang family only had one son, Fang Yan. If Fang Yan became a member of the Yi family, then the Fang family would be cut off. Not good. This is not good. Yi Fengsheng shook his head and sighed in his heart. The old ancestor looked at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, what do you say? Are you going to enter the ancestral hall or not? Do you want to see Ro Ro or not? Fang Yan bowed to the old ancestor and said apologetically, Fang Yan blames himself for disturbing the old ancestor's rest in the middle of the night. When the sun rises, I will kowtow to the old ancestor to apologize. Thank the old ancestor for speaking up for me. Thank the old ancestor for protecting and loving me. Fang Yan looked at Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling and said, I understand first uncle and third uncle's difficulties. Only direct descendants can enter the ancestral hall. The Yi clan has such a rule, our Fang clan also has such a rule, and the other clans of Swallow Dock also have such a rule. Fang Yan, am a person with no authority, I cannot allow others to remove these rules for my sake. Big brother said that as long as you are willing to marry into the Yi family, I am willing to personally lead you into the ancestral hall and let you see Ro Ro. Yi Daoling did not forget to persuade Fang Yan and said with a smile. Thank you uncle, and thank you third uncle. Thank you for giving me such a good suggestion. But, I cannot agree. Fang Yan said with a firm expression. My grandfather had 2 brothers. He also had an older brother, but he died young, leaving only one daughter to marry abroad. She had no contact with the Fang family for many years. My father was the only son in my grandfather's family, and all 3 of my aunts were married. 3 years ago, my father was killed by Bai Xiu at the entrance of Swallow Dock. The old drunkard, in my heart, has always been my uncle and my father's brother. He went to the land of extreme cold. I don't know if he can come back. I am the only one left in the Fang family. I cannot marry into the Yi family. I need to stay at home to take care of the elderly. I need to stay at home to inherit the bloodline. I need to carry forward the essence of Fang's Tai Chi. I need people to mention the Fang family and not say that there is no man in the family. I am the face of the Fang family. I am a flag raised by the Fang family. I have too many responsibilities on my shoulders, and they're too heavy. So, I cannot marry into the Yi family. Hearing what Fang Yan said, everyone was not surprised at all. If Fang Yan agreed, it could only prove 2 points. First, there was something wrong with Fang Yan's head. Second, there was something wrong with Fang Yan's character. He abandoned his father and mother and was willing to marry into the Fang family for a woman. Was such a man worthy of trust and entrustment? Hearing Fang Yan's words, Yi Daoling felt it was reasonable. He felt some pity in his heart. He sighed and said, Fang Yan, you have your reasons not to marry into the Fang family. We also have our reasons not to let you in. We understand you, and you have to understand us. So, let's drop this matter. We don't need you to pay for the door. It's getting late. Even the ancestor got up to stay up with you. Go back quickly. Let our Yi family return to peace. I can't go back. Fang Yan said stubbornly, I still want to enter the Yi family's ancestral hall. I also want to see Yi Gentle. I feel that she is in danger. If I leave at this time, the ancestor sighed softly and said, Little Yanzi, I know you are infatuated with Gentle. But this matter is really difficult to deal with. How about, ancestor, this time, let me use my own method to solve the problem. Fang Yan bowed to the ancestor again and said with a smile after getting up. His smile was very faint, but also very warm. It made people feel happy. What method do you have? The ancestor asked curiously. Fang Yan looked at the many Yi family men present and said, You have the rules to not let me in. I also have my reasons to go in. So, if I force my way in, you can't stop me, Fang Yan, don't you dare, Yi Daoling was furious. Is this kid crazy? Fang Yan's figure had already disappeared on the spot, rushing towards where Yi Daoling was standing. Chapter 662. Fang Yan was a scholar, and scholars liked to reason with people. Convincing people with reason or clothes. Fighting and killing were what barbarians did. Of course, this was under the condition that he could reason with them. If he couldn't reason with them, then he could only choose to use his fists. Fang Yan really despised himself at this time. He felt like a barbarian. His body swooped down and charged in Yi Daoling's direction. Why did he choose Yi Daoling? Because Yi Daoling was completely unprepared, and in the process of fighting just now, he had roughly figured out Yi Daoling's martial arts. Most importantly, Yi Daoling had an inner demon towards him. This was human nature. When people faced people who were stronger than them or had beaten them, they would always feel a little unconfident. Because he had already lost, he still subconsciously felt that he was inferior to others. Yi Daoling was indeed unprepared. Not only was he unprepared, but Yi Daowen and the other Yi family juniors were also unprepared. None of them thought that Fang Yan would dare to make such an irrational choice in front of more than half of the Yi family's men. Breaking into the Yi family's gate at night, entering the Yi family's ancestral hall, and challenging more than 20 men of the Yi family by himself, did he not want to live? You're going too far. Hearing Fang Yan's words, Yi Daowen's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Daowen really didn't like this arrogant and despotic guy at all. What should a young man be like? Humble, low-key, polite, and gentle. Just like a piece of high-quality unpolished jade, it looked simple on the outside, but once the outer skin was cut open, one would find that the inside was overflowing with color. In comparison, Yi Daowen liked Bai Xiu more. Even though Bai Xiu had already been killed by Fang Yan. Fang Yan was a diamond. It looked like it was shining with golden light, but most of the time, diamonds could hurt people. Yi Daowen had heard some things about Fang Yan and Yi Rou, and knew that this pair of youngsters had been very close recently. He didn't know what magic Fang Yan used, but it actually made his daughter, who had always hated him, change her attitude towards him. Of course, that was just a rumor. As a father, he didn't want to meddle too much in the affairs of the young. Yi Rou was very young, and so was Fang Yan. If Fang Yan wanted to marry Yi Daowen's daughter, then he would have to obtain the consent of the Yi clan. However, Fang Yan broke into the Yi family at night for Yi Rou, which made him, as her father, feel all kinds of emotions. Fang Yan. The young men of the Yi family were so angry that their faces turned green. What do you mean by, you can't stop me? Do you think the Yi clan is dead? Fang Yan, you arrogant guy. Yi Zi clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger. Because of her sister, Yi Wenru, she also loved Fang Yan. However, she was a member of the Yi family after all. After hearing Fang Yan's words, how could she not be angry? Big brother, you can't do this. Yi Fengsheng was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fall out. Was this kid crazy? Even if your strength is not bad, even if the Yi family really can't stop you, don't say it on the spot, right? Don't hit people in the face, understand? Fang Yan, you barbarian. Before Yi Daoling could say a word of insult, Fang Yan had already punched towards his face. Yi Daoling swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He filled his palm and punched towards Fang Yan's fist. If it was a head-on fight, the Yi family's fierce tiger fist wouldn't be afraid of anyone. They were afraid of those who played Tai Chi. They talked about using softness to overcome hardness. They paid attention to what was fake and what was real. You punched for a long time, but you couldn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. When the other person took the opportunity to hit you, it was quite painful, and the injuries were all important internal organs. Yi Daoling thought that Fang Yan didn't dare to fight head-on with him. He thought that Fang Yan's punch was a bluff to attract his attention. When he punched out in defense, Fang Yan would change his move. The smile on Fang Yan's face became wider. He opened his mouth slightly as if he was saying something. Because Fang Yan's speed was too fast and there was the sound of wind in his ears, Yi Daoling couldn't understand what he was saying. Can't get up. Yi Daoling heard the word, can't get up. What can't get up? Is he mocking me for not being able to get up? Yi Daoling's eyes broke through, and his hair stood on end. Fang Yan didn't retract his fist, nor did he change his move. He was really throwing a punch at his own fist. Is he going to fight head-on with me? Yi Daoling's fist was burning in pain. Yi Daoling felt a powerful force pressing towards his fist. It was a serious blow to his self-esteem. The Yi family's fierce tiger fist was famous for being hard and fierce. If it was a hard fight, who would be afraid of who? Yi Daoling sank his energy into his dantian and quickly gathered all the strength in his body into his fist. More strength. More strength. He even used all of his strength to drink milk. Yi Daoling's fist became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a fiery red ball, like a ripe tomato. White tiger swallows the moon. This was the strongest and fiercest punch of the ferocious tiger fist. It gathered all the energy in one's body into one fist, and with a single strike, it could destroy the heavens and earth. Of course, the creator of the ferocious tiger fist was just bragging. But the power was extremely strong. The Tai Chi storm created by Fang Yan with the help of the Tai Chi heart was punched open by his fist. This showed how extraordinary it was. Fang Yan did have the idea of fighting head-on. Although Tai Chi was about using softness to overcome hardness, there was also a type of Tai Chi that used hardness to overcome hardness. This was the so-called hard Tai Chi. This was the case in any field. When your strength reached the peak, everything would be under your control. Whether it was soft or hard, soft before hard, hard before soft, it all depended on a single thought. Drunken crane riding the wind. Fang Yan's body swayed left and right. It looked like he was going from one point to another. From point A to point B, there were no afterimages in the middle, and there were no illusions. This did not mean that drunken crane riding the wind was inferior to other footwork. On the contrary, drunken crane riding the wind was the most brilliant footwork Fang Yan had ever seen. Extreme speed did not leave a shadow because the shadow would disappear before it could appear. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Yan's body swayed and he had already jumped in front of Yi Daoling. Fang Yan punched out. Their fists collided at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Fang Yan's fist was white, the size and shape were completely normal. Yi Daoling's fist was red, like a ripe tomato or a lit red candle. Bang! Their fists collided. Their bodies did not move at all. Because of the powerful strength chi attached to the fist, when the strength chi was released, it naturally produced a strong suction force, causing their bodies to not only not be repelled, but instead be attracted to each other and stick to each other in a loving manner. However, this suction force was extremely short. It might only be a few tenths of a second or even shorter. A majestic and powerless force was released from their fists. Their bodies were suddenly pushed out by the force. Boom! The energy exploded. Fang Yan's body flew out and Yi Daoling's body also flew out. The energy contained in Yi Daoling's fist dissipated and his fist returned to its original state. Fang Yan finished releasing the energy in his fist and his body flew in the air. At this moment, something strange happened again. Yi Daoling's fist that had just returned to its original state turned fiery red again. In that instant, he actually gathered a huge amount of power again. White tiger swallows the moon again. Yi Daoling actually hit his strength. He had cultivated for many years and the power contained in his body could guarantee that he could use white tiger swallows the moon twice in a row. His body paused in the air and then like a cannonball, he once again blasted towards Fang Yan's head. Crack, crack, crack. The energy around the fist surged. The fiery energy burned the air it touched in the process, making crackling sounds. Fang Yan felt danger. Yi Daoling's white tiger swallows the moon was used again, which was what we often called second drive. Of course, this move was more advanced than second drive. Because second drive was used when the first force was reserved and the body's remaining strength was used again. The main purpose was to use it when fighting with others. The person who used this move was very powerful, vicious and shameless. White tiger swallows the moon was used again after the first all-out attack. It was similar to exploding the small universe and burning the instinct of life. Whoa! The heart of Tai Chi felt danger and quickly spun again. Once the Taiji domain was unleashed, everything in the world would become its subordinates. Fang Yan's body danced and spun in the air. His right hand clenched into a fist and collided with Yi Daoling's white tiger swallows the moon again. Whoosh! The punch was silent, no different from a mortal. You've been tricked. Yi Daoling's body was like a white tiger pouncing towards Fang Yan like a thunderbolt. Pa! Their fists collided again. Yi Daoling felt something was wrong the moment they made contact. Something was very wrong. His white tiger swallows the moon was a technique that used his body's strength to use the second force. This was his secret. It was an ultimate move that he rarely showed to the outside world. Other than a few people in the Yi family, no one else knew that he was this powerful. Hiding. As a wise politician, one must understand the principle of not using all one's strength and leaving one's strength to spare. Unlike those young people who showed all their strength and revealed all their trump cards to others. It was very dangerous. Young people must know how to hide. Fang Yan had just finished exchanging blows with him, so he should be in a state of emptiness where he had used up all his strength and had yet to generate new strength. Why was he still able to give him so much pressure? Bang! Fang Yan's body stopped in mid-air, while Yi Daoling's body flew towards the ground like a ball that was knocked out. Clang! Yi Daoling's body fell heavily to the ground. The blue stone plate shattered into several pieces. Yi Daoling vomited blood. He looked at the night sky unwillingly and asked with grief and indignation, "How is this possible?" Chapter 663. Fang Yan was a low-key man. He would never take the initiative to show off to others. For example, did he tell others that he had a beautiful girlfriend like Yuan Ro? He only took her to every corner of Swallow Dock that could be seen with the naked eye. What was helpless was that his kung fu was too amazing. Every breakthrough was earth-shattering. The 7 stars aligned and the sun and moon shone. The commotion was too big. Fang Yan couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. The light of Tai Chi opened up the Ren and Du meridians and all the shackles of the human body, allowing one's Qi to circulate endlessly in the body. His body was a closed circulatory system. After the old power was used up, new power would be produced. After the old Qi was used up, new Qi would be produced. For Fang Yan, there was never a time when he could use his Qi completely. Not to mention that Yi Daoling could only use white tiger swallowing the moon. Even if he could use white tiger swallowing the moon or white tiger swallowing the moon, it would be meaningless to him. For a normal person, the gap period between the old and new power didn't exist at all. He could exchange punches with Yi Daoling, and in the end, the strong would defeat the weak. Yi Daoling knew that Fang Yan had broken through again and knew that he had used the light of Tai Chi. However, what kind of miraculous kung fu was the light of Tai Chi, and what kind of state would appear after comprehending it? It was unfamiliar to Yi Daoling, and even to Fang Yan. This was because Fang Yan was walking on a completely different path compared to his predecessors. Yi Daoling was unwilling, but the rest of the Yi family were very discouraged. Among the 3 tigers of the Yi family, Yi Daoxian's kung fu was ranked first, Yi Daowen was ranked second, and Yi Daoling could only be ranked last. Being ranked last didn't mean that his kung fu wasn't brilliant. Because he was a politician, he used to be in charge of an office under the state minister, and he helped the state minister make suggestions for national policies. 3 years ago, Fang Yan forced Mr. Gong and forcefully helped Yi Daoling snatch an important position from the general family. He was now an important figure in the financial field of Huaxia, and could even affect the country's economy. In such a position, the workload every day was extremely heavy. It was indeed an extremely difficult task for him to achieve such achievements in martial arts while doing his job well. Yi Daoling was unwilling. He didn't understand why he would lose to that bastard. How did he use his strength twice in such a short period of time? Moreover, a fellow who learned Tai Chi actually used a head-on to beat him, an elder who had trained in the fierce tiger fist of the Yi for decades. Didn't he have any shame? Didn't he have any professional ethics? Fang Yan's attack was successful. Before his body landed on the ground, he was already dashing towards the inner courtyard. Yi, tiger, Yi, the disciples of the Yi clan were furious and wanted to chase after them. The Yen said. All, said, the Taoist. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by every disciple of the Yi family. Yi, to, he, to, Tian. Yen, king, to say, he, fu, to say, he, is, fu, was, you. He, yen, to, he, yen, was, how, this kid dared to break into our, Yi family's ancestral hall. He is sincere to one. How many good men can a woman meet in her life? If you meet one, then marry him. The old ancestor waved his hand and said, I'm old and won't live for more than a few years. I don't even know if I can make it through this winter. Your dad doesn't care about the family now. He has handed over nearly 100 members of the Yi family to you. You brothers have your own ideas and your own plans. I won't get involved in these things. Little Yanzi broke in himself. You can beat or scold him, it's up to you. But one thing, don't hurt my one. The Taoist glanced at Yi Daoling, who was lying on the ground, and snorted. You practiced for so many years, but you can't even beat a brat. Aren't you ashamed? Yi Daoling closed his eyes and pretended not to hear what the Taoist was saying. Yi, come back to sleep with me. The Taoist said. Yezi agreed and helped the old ancestor walk toward her room in the backyard. After the ancestor left, all the Yi family disciples in the courtyard looked towards Yi Daowen, waiting for his order, to chase after him or retreat. Yi Daowen waved his hand and said, be in charge of Win's sound. Everyone, guard your posts. As for Wen Nuo, I don't think that kid would dare to act recklessly. Yi Fengxing smiled and agreed. He clapped his hands and shouted, disperse, disperse, everyone disperse. The disciples of the Yi clan were dissatisfied, but they could only disperse. Yi Daowen walked to Yi Daoling's side and squatted down. He looked at the blood at the corner of his mouth and asked, are you all right? I'm fine. Yi Daoling panted lightly. This kid has improved again. It seemed like the Tai Chi light had transformed his bodily functions and unlocked the layers of shackles in his body. There were countless meridians and acupoints in the human body. If one was blocked, then hundreds would be blocked. If one was blocked, then hundreds would be unblocked. He was completely unobstructed. I could feel that he had used his full strength when he had punched me. If it was a normal person, it would be impossible for him to gather his aura again so quickly. This battle, it was not unjust that he lost. Yi Daowen sighed and said, he is a talent. He is simply a genius. Yi Daoling said. He might be the second Mo Qingdi. Yi Daowen's expression was grave as he said, you think so highly of him? I think his achievements might be above Mo Qingdi. Yi Daoling said. A person with talent isn't scary, and knowing how to work hard isn't scary. The scariest thing is that even the heavens are looking after him. Think about it, how many times has he broken through in these years? How many opportunities has he encountered? As the old saying goes, where there is a will, there is a will. However, as the old saying goes, everything is predestined. This child is a person with good fortune. It's a pity. Yi Daowen said. Yes, it's a pity. Fang Yan is not a disciple of my Yi clan. The Fang clan has a Fang Yan, the Yi clan must have a Yi Wen Nuo. Yi Daowen said firmly. Yi Daoling smiled bitterly and said, "The ancestor seems to like that kid a lot. The ancestor said that he will no longer participate in these matters." Yi Daowen said, "We have to think about the future of the Yi clan, then I can only wrong Noa Noa." Yuan Noa's condition was getting worse and worse. It was difficult for her to see, difficult for her ears to hear, and difficult for her brain to think. In her brain, countless scenes of Fang Yen flashed. Fang Yen who had turned into a white crane, Fang Yen who had turned into a young deer, Fang Yen who had turned into a malicious spirit, Fang Yen who had a knife on his neck. They flashed quickly in front of you, so you couldn't see anything clearly. They kept talking in your ears, so you could only hear noises. He was a curse in your mind, a nightmare in the depths of your soul. Choice. He had to make a choice. Either he broke the neck of the white crane, or he sucked the hot blood of the young deer, or he cut off the head of the enemy. He had to make a decision. Otherwise, he would be punished by the laws of the heavens. With one sword strike, everything would be cleansed. She would no longer have to endure this endless pain and worry. She would pry into the heavens and become the youngest person to conquer the heavens, and she would be a woman. Yi Ro. These 3 words were likely to be recorded in the annals of history. She could flash her name in the long river of history like countless martial arts sages, and be admired and worshipped by future generations. She could challenge the divine dragon, or she could challenge the black dragon. She could defeat them and replace them. However, in that case, she would have to give up on Fang Yen. She had to cut off her emotions, cut off her roots, and become an immortal, without emotions and distracting thoughts. The heavens was supreme, so it made people feel that it was unreachable. It was precisely because of this characteristic that if she wanted to conquer the heavens, she could only wholeheartedly serve the Tao. The divine dragon wholeheartedly served the Tao, the black dragon wholeheartedly served the Tao, and Mo Qingdi wholeheartedly served the Tao back then. If it wasn't for a woman messing up his Tao heart, perhaps he wouldn't have lost so miserably in the battle against the divine dragon. Yi Ro also had to wholeheartedly serve the Tao and let go of all her emotions and desires. Yi Ro couldn't bear to. How could she give up? They had just started. She had just experienced the beauty of being in love, the shyness of blushing, and the pleasure of her heart racing. She had just become Fang Yan's girlfriend, and they hadn't even kissed seriously. She could give up on Fang Yan and choose the heavens. Or she could give up on the heavens and choose Fang Yan. Whether it was feelings or the heavens, each could only be one. This was indeed a difficult choice. Yi Ro's clothes were completely soaked, as if she had just been scooped out of the water. Her body rolled on the stone bed, and her expression was twisted, as if she was about to be torn apart by the 2 opposing emotions. This was the consequence of the backlash from the heavens. The critical point of breaking through meant that one of her feet had already stepped on the threshold of the heavens. Half of her body was inside the door, and the other half was outside. At this time, she could either barge in and become a master of the heavens. Or she could be kicked out, and be severely injured, or even unable to step on the path of martial arts for the rest of her life. In the process of climbing the heavens, there were countless examples of failure. Some people were lucky, and after failing, they would only lose a lot of energy, which could be recovered after a few days of repair. Some people were unlucky, and after failing, they became lunatics or idiots. Among them, there were some powerful people with outstanding talents. Because it was too painful to endure, the physical pain and mental torture kept urging people to make a decision. I can't. Yi Ro gritted her teeth and said. She couldn't cut off the love, and she didn't want to give up on Fang Yan. However, if she didn't make a choice, such a tearing would drive her crazy, and the sound that had almost become an invisible electric current would burn her brain. Bang! Yi Ro's body rolled down from the stone bed, and fell on the floor that was also paved with stone. I can't kill. Yi Ro's voice was intermittent, and she even lost the strength to speak. I can't kill. Clang! The stone door was pushed open from the outside, and a figure with white hair rushed in. Chapter 664. One step forward is heaven, one step back is hell. These were the two different results of climbing the heavenly axiom and the different feelings brought about by the different results. Some people would feel that it was strange. Since it was so difficult to climb the heavenly Tao, why didn't one just give up when it was difficult to make a decision? If it didn't work this time, he would climb it next time. If it didn't work next time, he would try again the next time. This time, I'm asking you to sever your emotions. Next time, I might just ask you to cut off your hair and cut off your hemorrhoids. At least it's much easier to accept than becoming a stone person with a heart of ice in a jade pot, right? If it was really that easy, then why would countless people sigh about how difficult the heavens Tao was? He could climb whenever he wanted. Why would there be the critical point of breakthrough that people often talked about? When are you going to break through? Whether or not there was a chance to break through was a kind of intuition, a kind of epiphany. There were people who cultivated arduously their entire lives and suddenly had an epiphany on their deathbed. They would sit on a wall in fear and climb to the heavenly Tao realm overnight. There were also young children who unknowingly entered the heavenly Tao realm. Of course, that sort of situation was extremely rare, and it was a special case. Martial artists like Yi Ro who had already begun to climb the heavenly way at such a young age were also very rare. Most of them began to take this step in their prime at the age of 34. This was because the martial artists of that period were sufficiently knowledgeable and had accumulated sufficiently. Whether it was their mental state or physical strength, they were at their peak. All the basic conditions were prepared to the best, and when the opportunity came, he would take the next step steadily. Only then would his chances of success be higher. If he failed, then not only would he not be able to enter the realm of the heavens Tao, he would even be injured by the heavens Tao. That would truly be a huge loss. This was also the reason why the Yi family attached so much importance to Yi Ro's breakthrough. No one wanted to bear the loss of failure. Even if Yi Ro didn't ascend to heaven now, she was still a Tao-seeking realm expert. With her talent, it was only a matter of time before she entered the heavenly Tao realm. However, if he failed in his ascent, not only would the Yi family lose a heavenly Tao realm expert, but they would also lose a Tao querying realm expert. It was easy to find Tao querying realm experts, but it was difficult to find such a young and outstanding Tao querying realm expert. I can't kill you. I can't kill you. Yi Ro's body rolled on the stone floor. She held her head desperately with both hands, wishing she could pull her head off her neck. She could not kill Fang Yan. She could not bear to cut off her love for him. With one slash, he would forget all his emotions for life. Otherwise, the backlash from the heavenly Tao would be even more intense. It was too painful. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Countless images spun in his mind, countless voices screamed in his ears, and a tidal wave of information rushed into his brain. She was about to go crazy. Yi Ro's body began to sweat profusely, and a large amount of sweat oozed out. When the water in the body was completely discharged, it began to emit smoke. The smoke first dried up her clothes, then her body, turning her whole body red. She looked like a shrimp. When Fang Yan pushed open the stone door and barged in, he saw white smoke billowing in the room. The entire stone room was shrouded in smoke. Yi Ro. Fang Yan called out. The stone room was not big, and the thick smoke could not block his sharp eyes. Hearing the sound of rolling on the floor, he rushed over and picked Yi Ro up. Yi Ro. When Fang Yan's hand touched Yi Ro's body, he felt a burning sensation. It was like hugging a small son. How hot was it? Even so, Fang Yan was still reluctant to put Yi Ro's body back on the floor. Yi Ro. Fang Yan called out Yi Ro's name loudly. Yi Ro, wake up. What's wrong with you? Her head was muddled, and she had gradually lost her sense of self. She just kept shouting words like, I can't kill you, over and over again to strengthen her belief, because she was worried that she would lose control of her actions after falling into chaos. Her eyes became darker and her head became heavier and heavier. She felt she was about to die. Because her neck was choked by the malicious ghost that Fang Yan transformed into. Her throat was dry and burning, and she could hardly breathe. In her hazy consciousness, she heard Fang Yan's voice. Fang Yan. Yi Rou called out. Her voice was hoarse, and blood oozed out of her mouth when she spoke. Her mouth was full of blood, which flowed out from the corners of her mouth, which was a ghastly sight. Yi Rou. Yi Rou, you'll be fine. Fang Yan hugged Yi Rou tightly, wanting her to feel his strength and to know that he was with her. One of Fang Yan's palms pressed on Yi Rou's back, trying to transfer his true qi into her body and gather their strength to overcome this difficulty together. However, just as the vital energy in his palm was released and touched her body, it was violently pushed back by a strong and unparalleled force. After squeezing out Fang Yan's strength, it didn't stop there. It even wanted to attack the insides of Fang Yan's body through his palm. It was like a blood-sucking bug that wanted to occupy Fang Yan's body. Now Yi Rou was like a living mountain in its active phase. Her body was full of raging waves and raging flames. Her body formed a self-cycle and formed an independent little universe. If no external force intervened, it would continue to stay in this state. The temperature would get higher and higher, and the waves would get bigger and bigger. It might also gradually extinguish and die. If external force intervened, it would become violent and restless. It would become a ferocious monster, baring its teeth and roaring, devouring all the enemies who tried to offend it. Fang Yan's palms were bounced off and he felt a burning pain in his palms. Yi Rou. Fang Yan exclaimed. He didn't dare to try again, because if he was careless, the force he transferred into Yi Rou's body might cause a volcanic eruption. What would Yi Rou be like after the volcanic eruption? Fang Yan didn't dare to imagine. Yi Rou's body lay weakly in Fang Yan's arms. Because of the bleeding in her mouth, it was difficult for her to even speak. She could only hold Fang Yan tightly and put her burning, purplish-red arms around Fang Yan's waist. Even if I die. Yi Rou thought, at least I won't have any regrets. Thinking of this, the pain on Yi Rou's face eased a lot, and her struggling and twisting body calmed down a lot. Yi Rou, you'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you. Fang Yan said in a sorrowful and indignant voice with determination in his eyes. Nothing can trouble me. Just hold on for a while and give me some time. Yes, Fang Yan needed time. He couldn't use Tai Chi to calm the riot in her internal organs, and ordinary medical skills and medicines couldn't bring down her fever. It was too late to spend a lot of money to hire that greedy doctor. What should I do? What should I do? Spring on a withered tree. An idea flashed across Fang Yan's mind. Suddenly, he thought of the unique Taoist skill, spring on a withered tree, that the old Taoist had performed in front of him. Even a withered tree could be rejuvenated, so it shouldn't be difficult for Yi Rou, who had fallen into a demon, to return to her normal state. However, the old Taoist was on Xianxia Mountain, or in other places. That old guy was elusive and didn't like to use high-tech communication tools. Even if he could find him, it would be several days later. With Yi Rou's current physical condition, even if she was much stronger than ordinary people, she wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 hours. What could Fang Yan do in 2 hours? He wanted to use spring on a withered tree to cure Yi Rou, to calm her inner fire, and to expel the demon in her heart. But he didn't know how to do it. He only comprehended the first stage, withered tree, but how did he achieve the second stage, spring on a withered tree? How could she regain her vitality after losing her life? Fang Yan blamed himself in his heart. If he had worked harder, if he hadn't been bothered by so many things, if he had focused on practicing martial arts, if he had stayed by the old Taoist's side to observe and learn more, maybe he would have comprehended the essence of spring on a withered tree. In that case, he would have been able to save Yi Rou. Why didn't I do that? Fang Yan wanted to slap himself dozens of times. Yi Rou's body was getting hotter and hotter, and the black exercise clothes she was wearing began to wrinkle and crack due to the loss of moisture. Even so, her hands were still holding Fang Yan's waist tightly. She didn't show any signs of letting go. Her breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Fang Yan put his hand on Yi Rou's chest, but he couldn't feel her heartbeat. Yi Rou. Fang Yan roared hoarsely. Watching the woman he loved the most die in his arms without being able to do anything, this was harder to accept than 1,000 arrows piercing through his heart. Fang Yan, you idiot, don't pull my braid. Fang Yan, you bastard, how dare you pick my plum blossom. Fang Yan, get up. Don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Fang Huohua, I'm going to kill you. Fang Yan. Fang Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and big drops of tears fell down. Tears fell on Yi Ro's face. Yi Ro's eyelids moved with difficulty, but she still couldn't open her eyes. Yi Ro. Fang Yan gnashed his teeth and said, you can't die. You said you would kill me 126 times, but you haven't done it. So you can't die. Fang Yan picked up Yi Ro's body and laid her on the stone bed. Then he put his palm flat on Yi Ro's belly button. Move a mountain. Fang Yan wanted to move the volcano in Yi Ro's body into his own. Since the volcano needed to erupt, he would erupt in his body. Chapter 665. Sharing Life and Death. Most of these words appeared in movies or in the lyrics of musicians. In reality, how many people could do it? If you were alive, we would share joys and sorrows. If you were dead, another person would come to comfort you. However, if you really loved someone, you would be willing to do anything for her, including sacrifice. Don't laugh at the scenes in movies and TV dramas where people took the bullet for their lover. In reality, such people did exist. They were extremely rare, but they were also more precious. Fang Yan was one of them. Fang Yan only comprehended the dead wood, but he didn't understand spring. Therefore, he came up with a compromise. He transferred the volcano in Yi Ro's body to himself and let himself bear the pain and all the consequences of the eruption of the volcano. In this way, Yi Ro could escape the heavenly tribulation and stand in front of him in a lovely and cold way again. He liked Yi Ro's arrogant look so much. Wearing plain black or white clothes, with a cold expression and indifferent eyes staring at you, as if this person is not familiar with me at all, even if the two of us have confirmed the relationship of love. However, when they were in front of others, they still walked separately. Yi Ro walked in front, and Fang Yan followed or walked beside her. Fang Yan wanted to reach out and hold her little hands several times, but she brushed it off without hesitation. She disdains to show off to others that she has an excellent boyfriend. Fang Yan always comforted himself in this way. Fang Yan pressed his palm on Yi Ro's belly button. The fire in her dantian burned more fiercely, and the clothes there were burnt. As soon as Fang Yan's palm touched it, the clothes suddenly burned into ashes. Yi Ro's round belly button and purple-red skin were naked in front of Fang Yan. Fang Yan's hand directly pressed on Yi Ro's skin. Yi Ro slightly raised her eyebrows, but soon returned to normal. Her remaining consciousness told her what was happening, but there was no room for her to resist. The temperature was still gradually increasing, and Fang Yan's palms could feel a scorching heat wave. Bang! As soon as his palm came into contact with it, a powerful force struck his palm. It was as if a hand stretched out from Yi Ro's belly button and slapped hard on Fang Yan's palm. The energy released by Fang Yan was dispersed and mercilessly expelled from Yi Ro's body. Just like last time, the energy was extremely overbearing. It wanted to enter Fang Yan's body through Fang Yan's arm and occupy a new body. Although Yi Ro was young, her cultivation was not low. The energy in his body was abundant, and his zhenqi surged. He was truly not someone easy to deal with. Fang Yan's first attempt failed, so he pressed his palm on her belly button again. Pa! That powerful force pushed forward again. Fang Yan pressed down hard, and at the same time, exerted strength in his palm. Fang Yan poured his true qi into Yi Ro's dantian, and the true qi in Yi Ro's body surged toward him. Fang Yan increased his strength, and the boiling hot qi also increased its strength. Fang Yan increased his strength again, and the counterattack was also stronger and more majestic. Back and forth, the two of them played an interesting game that wasn't very clever. Fang Yan concentrated his qi in his dantian and gathered all his strength on his right palm that was pressing on Yi Ro's belly button. Whoosh! The powerful chi swept over and rushed toward Yiro's belly button. The volcano in Yiro's body became angry. It felt that its dignity was being challenged. Boom! The volcano drew strength from all the meridians and acupoints in Yiro's body and crushed toward Fang Yan's palm with great force. If you are hard, I will be harder. If you are strong, I will be stronger. This was a fight of life and death. Logically speaking, Fang Yan should have used his energy again to support himself. However, after he released his energy to attract all the power of the volcano inside Yiro, he suddenly withdrew his energy. In an instant, he retracted the energy that he had released, and the huge energy roamed around his body. It was like a torrent of water, destroying his body organs without restraint. Ew! Fang Yan groaned and a stream of blood spurted out of the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but the true chi of the volcano that Fang Yan had seduced was also brought into his body. He had succeeded in the first step and successfully moved the volcano inside Yiro's body into his own. The true chi was not only strong, but also had a smell of gunpowder. It was like a canal of molten steel or a small burning flame, swishing in Fang Yan's body. Every time it passed through, it was like a burning steel knife scraping the inside of Fang Yan's meridians. Fang Yan was scraped over and over again. Ew! 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 Fang Yan spat out mouthfuls of blood, and the blood splashed on Yiro's face and body. He stretched out his hand, wanting to help Yiro wipe it. Suddenly, the strength that was drawn back for the first time collided with the power of the volcano that was drawn from Yiro's body. Pa! A loud sound rang out, causing Di Yan's internal organs to distort and shift along with it. A spicy taste choked his throat, as if he had just swallowed a large amount of chili. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all spurting out blood, like a small spring. Fang Yan's vision darkened, and his body fell heavily to the ground. In the backyard. Yi clan's ancestral hall. Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling stood at the entrance of the Yi clan's ancestral hall. The men of the Yi clan stood in 2 rows. Except for the men who stayed behind to guard the 4 sides, everyone else was gathered here. Yi Daoling's injury was not serious because Fang Yan did not use his full strength. Otherwise, it would be normal for him to not be able to get out of bed for 3 to 5 months. Normally, the Yi clan's ancestral hall's door was closed. Except for important festivals or when a member of the family committed a great crime, it was usually not open. However, no matter what reason it was opened in the past, those who could enter the door were all members of the Yi family. There had never been an exception to this. However, the Yi clan's ancestral hall was pushed open by an outsider today. Yi Daowen looked at the open door of the ancestral hall, and his face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out. As the person in charge of the Yi clan and the guardian of the old house, he paid the most attention to these etiquette and rules. Fang Yan's behavior was very unruly. This kid. Yi Daowen said in a low voice, we must make him give our Yi clan an explanation. His explanation is useless. We must let the Fang family's old man personally give our family an explanation. Did anyone go to the Fang family to report? Someone from their family ran to our Yi clan and acted wildly. Is there no one who came out to deal with it? Big brother, this matter is not urgent. Yi Daoling advised. Let's look at the situation first. Things have already happened. What we need to think about now is how to deal with the aftermath. As for the blame and punishment, we can push it back. The most important thing now is, what is Wen Nua's current situation? Was it just like what Fang Yan had said? Did something happen to her during the process of breaking through? You and I both know Fang Yan. Although he is usually mischievous, he is not someone who speaks without thinking. 3 years ago, he brought a group of brats from Swallow Dock to force Mr. Gong and snatched such an important position for our Yi clan. Is this something that a hot-headed brat can do? Wen Nua will naturally be fine. Yi Daowen said firmly. He had unlimited confidence in his daughter. Wen Nua has a calm temperament. She has never failed in something she has decided on. Yi Daoling shook his head and said, Big brother, other things are easy to say. However, the matter of seeking martial arts and seeking the Tao is indeed difficult to say. Those who can reach that step, which one of them is not a genius? What is the result? Didn't many people get into trouble? One wrong step will lead to a myriad of calamities. We have to be careful. Yi Daowen's expression became ugly and he shouted, Yi Daoling, what are you thinking? Wen Nuo's breakthrough is something that has hundreds of benefits and no harm to our Yi clan. Can't you think more positively? Big brother, I think too much positively, so I don't want anything to happen to Wen Nuo. Now that Fang Yan has already barged in, should we go in and take a look? Of course we have to go in and take a look. Yi Daowen's anger had not subsided. He was not angry at what his brother said, but at Fang Yan's reckless behavior. Yi Wen Nuo was his precious daughter and also a pillar of the Yi clan. If something went wrong because of Fang Yan's disturbance, then even chopping Fang Yan into pieces and feeding him to the fish would not be enough to vent his hatred. Then let's go in and take a look. Yi Daoling said. He led the way and took the lead to walk into the ancestral hall. Yi Daowen sighed and followed closely into the ancestral hall. Yi Fengsheng and his cousins behind him looked at each other and all followed into the ancestral hall. There was an offering table in the ancestral hall with the ancestral tablets of the Yi clan's ancestors on it. There were 3 bronze incense burners on the offering table. Turning the incense burner on the far left could activate the mechanism in the basement of the Yi clan. Yi Daoling turned the incense burner 3 times to the left and 2 times to the right, and a stone door appeared in the middle of the wall. When Yi Daowen stepped into the stone door, he turned back and glared at Yi Fengsheng. He scolded, unfilial son, if it wasn't for your loose lips, how could Fang Yan find our Yi clan's secret passage? Yi Fengsheng's expression was timid and he did not dare to speak. The secret passage in the Yi clan's ancestral hall was indeed revealed by him. Who told him to like to play hide and seek with Fang Yan when he was young? Passing through the stone wall, they walked into a long stone tunnel. There were 2 stone rooms at the entrance. One was used for seclusion, and the other was used to avoid disaster and escape. Yi Daoling carefully pushed open the stone door on the left. After taking a look, he hurriedly closed the stone door again. Yi Daowen was shocked and asked, what happened? Be gentle with her. Her clothes are gone. Yi Daoling hesitated for a moment and said with a sigh. Chapter 666. What? Yi Daowen's expression froze, suspecting if he heard wrongly. About the children Yi Daoling's voice contained a hint of comfort. Let them decide for themselves. What did you just say? Yi Daowen asked in a deep voice. Yi Daoling pointed at the thick stone door of the stone room and said in a low voice, 2 people, not wearing cloths Hua, there was an uproar outside the stone room. Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded. They had an expression of, how could such a thing happen, on their faces. No matter how anxious Fang Yan was, he only went in for a short while and Yi Ro was already naked. Moreover, with Yi Ro's personality, how could she do that kind of thing with Fang Yan here? Even if she did it, she would do it in her room, she wasn't that kind of person. It must be Fang Yan who took advantage of his sister's unprepared cousin was unconscious when she broke through, that's why Fang Yan took advantage of it. Fang Yan, this despicable person, I already knew he wasn't a good person. Yi Fengsheng tried to hold it in but still couldn't help but say, could it be, they were dual cultivating. I heard that dual cultivating can yield twice the results with half the effort. Yi Daoling slapped Yi Fengsheng's head and said, what dual cultivating? That kind of evil and obscene thing, our Yi family doesn't have that kind of technique and method to break through. Don't say such words again, if anyone spreads it, I'll skin him alive. Got it. Yi Fengsheng covered his head and said. The other children of the Yi family also nodded, expressing that they wouldn't spread it. Yi Daowen was dazed at first, then the anger in his heart rose rapidly, causing his face to turn red. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he shouted, move aside. Let me go in and chop that bastard to death. Yi Daoling blocked the door and said, Big brother, since it's like this, let's handle it carefully. Carefully? How can we be careful? If it wasn't for the ancestors stopping me, I would have already. How could this happen? Yi Daoling was furious. Yi Daoling smiled bitterly and said, Ro is currently in the breakthrough phase. Breakthrough what? They even have the face to do such a thing. Big brother, don't be rash. There might be some hidden secrets. Go in and tie up Fang Yan. I don't care who pleads for him this time, I will fight him to the death. It's not appropriate for us to go in. Yi Daoling said. Let's get an elder to go in. Let third aunt go in to take a look and cover them with clothes. Yi Daowen didn't refuse this time. He also felt that it was not appropriate for him or any other male member of the Yi family to go in. After all, the two animals had taken off their clothes. Yi family. In the lobby. Feng Hui was drowsily sitting in his wheelchair. The Vajra eagle was also looking around listlessly. Yi Daowen's face was pitch black like the bottom of a pot. He sat on the Grand Preceptor's chair and drank tea without saying a word. Yi Daoling still maintained the respect of an elder and said in a low voice, Old man, you already know about the matter. Shouldn't you say something? Ah. Feng Hui opened his eyes and asked with a blank face, Daoling, what did you just say? Yi Daoling smiled bitterly and said, I said that Fang Yan broke into our Yi family's ancestral hall at night and did that with Wen Wan. If this gets out, will our Yi family still have the face to go out and meet people? Oh, you're talking about that matter. Feng Hui laughed loudly and said, let them decide their own matters. Our brat and Wen Wan are not people who can't make their own decisions. Why would they not have the face to meet people? Don't be surprised. Elder Feng, your words are so light. Fang Yan smashed the door of our Yi family in the middle of the night, broke into our ancestral hall, and even hugged my daughter Wen Wan. You just said, let them decide, and sent him away. If this happened in your Fang family, I'm afraid Elder Feng wouldn't be happy, right? Feng Hui looked at Yi Daoling with murky eyes and said, Daoling, I know you're angry. This matter was indeed Fang Yan's fault. He was too reckless. If it was another way. Of course, if it was another way, you wouldn't agree to let an outsider enter your Yi family's ancestral hall, would you? Elder Feng, do you think that Fang Yan should naturally enter our Yi family's ancestral hall? That won't do. Absolutely not. Every family has their own rules. Who dares to disturb the ancestors of other families? That would be a great sin. Elder Feng waved his hand and said. No matter how broad his mind was, no matter how much he spoiled his grandson Fang Yan, he still had his own traditions that he wanted to uphold. For example, the glory of the family, the peace of the ancestors, and so on. Therefore, Feng Hui actually didn't approve of his grandson Fang Yan breaking into someone else's ancestral hall. If this kind of thing happened in his Fang family, he would probably fight to the death. The Fang family was weak, so they had to fight to the death. Because that was the only way to protect the honor of the family and the peace of the ancestors. The Yi family's development was like the sun in the sky, so they didn't really care about these things. It wasn't that they didn't care about the honor of the family and the peace of the ancestors, but because they didn't need to use extreme methods to prove something. Even if Fang Yan smashed the gate of the Yi family and barged into the ancestral shrine of the Yi family, no one would say that the Yi family was in trouble or that the Yi family was being bullied. Because the Yi family was confident and powerful. It was precisely because of this that they had to express a magnanimous attitude towards others. This was also the reason why the Yi family didn't go to the Fang family to denounce them, but instead asked someone to respectfully invite Elder Feng Hui over. But Fang Yan did, that's why he had to go in. Feng Hui said aloud. Think about it. Is my grandson Fang Yan stupid? Yi Daoling and Yi Daowen looked at each other and shook their heads. That kid was naturally not stupid. Not only was he not stupid, but he was also one of the smartest people in the world. That's why, since he is not stupid, why did he break into your Yi family's ancestral hall in the middle of the night? There must be a reason why he had to break in, right? Elder Feng Hui said. After dinner, that kid accompanied me to enjoy the cool air in the courtyard. Suddenly, he said that he was restless, and then he strode towards your Yi family. What could make him so anxious? It must have something to do with Wenruru's seclusion breakthrough. He came for your Wenruru. Elder, this is too far-fetched, Yi Daoling retorted. Our Wenruru is cultivating in seclusion and is at the critical moment of her breakthrough. Your grandson Fang Yan came to make trouble regardless of anything. According to what you said, our Yi family still owes you a big favor, right? Whether we owe a big favor or not depends on our own conscience. Elder Feng Hui said with a smile, our Feng family doesn't want this. I just think you are making too much of a fuss. This matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet, and you are already convicting him. Yi Daowen was furious and said, isn't this clear enough? We saw it with our own eyes, clearly and clearly, what do we need to understand? Feng Hui yawned and said, you have already tied him up. Beat, scold, kill or torture, it's up to you. I'm old, and my body can't take it anymore. I'm going back to rest. After that, Feng Hui pushed the wheelchair out. Elder, Yi Daoling called out. Feng Hui didn't even turn his head and laughed, if you don't mind, I will find a matchmaker to propose marriage to Yi family tomorrow, don't even think about it. Yi Daowen said in an evil tone. He was really angry. This Feng family was simply a family of scoundrels. When Feng Hui was pushed home by a disciple, Lu Wan had already gotten dressed and was waiting in the courtyard. Since Feng Yixing left, Lu Wan's sleep was very light. She couldn't fall asleep anymore if there was any movement. Sometimes in her dreams, she dreamed that Fang Yan was bullied and chased by others. She would be very nervous. When she woke up, she knew that it was just a dream, but she still felt uneasy in her heart. She sat until dawn. She guessed that Fang Yan would probably get up at this time to exercise. She would call him or send him a message, using some small topics that she had specially considered, such as the weather is going to change today, and he should pay attention to wearing more clothes. It's the winter solstice, and he should remember to eat dumplings. Your grandfather has been in a bad mood recently. You should call him when you have time. She missed and worried about her son all the time. However, she couldn't let him know that she was so concerned. Lu Wan knew that Fang Yan went out in a hurry. She also thought that he was just going to drink and play with the group of children. Lu Jiawan was quite satisfied with her son. She was even proud of him. He had been independent since he was a child, and he was smart. He could make many decisions by himself. This saved them a lot of trouble as parents. However, when the Yi family came to invite Feng Hui to have a talk, Lu Wan had a feeling of fear. Is it, Fang Yan became enemies with the Yi family again? Lu Wan thought in her heart. Or they don't agree that Fang Yan and Ruru should be together. Lu Wan liked Yi Ruru. She could also see that Yi Ruru liked Fang Yan. Because no matter how others said that Yi Ruru was proud and indifferent, Yi Ruru was gentle and polite in front of her. Yi Ruru even tried to please her, they were both women. Wasn't her intention clear enough? But what on earth happened? Lu Wan looked at her father, Feng Hui. She deliberately suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and asked, Dad, is Fang Yan all right? Feng Hui sat in the wheelchair and waved his hand. He said in a low voice, Fang Yan is a bastard. He went to the Yi family and slept with the girl. Lu Wan was about to say something with worry, but she saw the irrepressible smile on Feng Hui's face. Is he happy? Chapter 667. Dad, Lu Wan looked at Feng Hui carefully and said with uncertainty, aren't you worried? The Yi family invited you over so late. They must be talking about Fang Yan, right? They haven't released Fang Yan yet. Will there be any problem? Feng Hui was indeed laughing. At first, he restrained himself, but after he laughed, he became a little unscrupulous and said, "Don't you think it's something worth being happy about?" Lu Wan thought for a while, but she really didn't understand what was worth being happy about. Her son harmed the Yi family's daughter, and now the Yi family was going to vent their anger on her son. How could she laugh? Fang Yan and the Yi family's girl have been in love for a long time. Fang Yan likes that girl, and Wen Wan has taken care of our Fang family a lot these years. She often comes to our house. Fang Yan is a good boy. He is one of the best boys in Swallow Dock. In the whole Huaxia, there are only a few young people who can be better than my grandson. They are all too childish. Although Lu Wan liked others to praise her son, she really couldn't accept it when her father-in-law spared no effort in praising her grandson. This kind of thing shouldn't be said from others' mouth. Lu Wan, you have a good son. Fang Yan is really an excellent young man. Our Xiao Chao is as good as your Fang Yan, and then said some modest words with a smile. While pointing out some harmless shortcomings of her son, she also praised other people's children, saying, "You are good, I am good, and everyone is good. If you dare to say that other people's children are not good, others will not say that your children are good in the future, even if other people's children are not good." Wen Wan is also a good boy. His appearance is perfect, and so is his ability. Why did I beg the Yi family shamelessly? Why did I send my grandson to be humiliated by them? To tell you the truth, I'm doing this for a reason. Ruru is the granddaughter-in-law I've chosen for Fang Yan for a long time. I can't let such a good girl be taken away by someone else. I'll let them get to know each other and settle you. Ruru. Lu Wan wanted to refute her father-in-law. In the past few years, the relationship between Fang Yan and Yi Rou was more than just an exchange of acquaintances. Every year in the competition, Yi Rou never showed mercy to Fang Yan. When Fang Yan mentioned Yi Rou, he always referred to her as, "that savage woman, that big dinosaur, and that ugly monster." Did this mean that he had decided on his aunt in advance? He felt that things were not so reliable. As if he knew what Lu Wan was thinking, Fang Hui said with a smile, "I know that Fang Yan was wronged a few years ago, but he was not as good as others. If he could beat tenderness and defeat her in a fair and square manner, wouldn't the other side be the one who would suffer? He couldn't beat her, it's reasonable for him to suffer some physical pain. However, there are advantages to not being able to beat her. It can also stimulate his fighting spirit and let him know that there is always someone better than him in the world." He comprehended the heart of Tai Chi at such a young age. I dare say that half of this achievement is due to tenderness. Tenderness did help a lot, Lu Wan echoed. She was still uneasy in her heart and said, "But the thing in front of us, besides, Fang Yan is a boy." "He didn't suffer any losses," Fang Hui said rudely. "If he has a child, he will be our Fang family's child. This kind of thing is not good for a woman's reputation." Lu Wan thought about the words in her mind. She was born in a scholarly family and had a different way of thinking from these martial arts people. Fang Yan is my son. I certainly hope for the best for him. I like tenderness too. It's rare to see such a simple and clean girl. However, there are some things that can't be rushed. The Yi family is also a big family. The Yi family is arrogant, and they usually have their eyes on the top of their heads. They feel that they have treated tenderness unfairly. However, Fang Yan is so reckless. He ran into the Yi family in the middle of the night and did such a stupid thing. How can tenderness live in the future? How can the Yi family raise their heads in the future? Even as a mother, I also feel ashamed. Lu Wan sighed and said, "Where is Fang Yan now? I'll go to the Yi family. This kind of thing has to be explained clearly to someone. This time, it's really us who let him down." Fang Hui looked at his daughter-in-law with a gratified face. She was gentle, wise, and generous. She didn't deliberately cater to him because of her father-in-law's authority. She had her own world in her heart. However, she didn't have good fortune. Seeing Lu Wan turning around to leave, Fang Hui sighed and said, "Lu Wan, you don't have to go, Dad. What do you mean?" Lu Wan slightly raised her eyebrows, not because she was angry, but because she didn't understand why Fang Hui stopped her. Whether it was to bring back her son or to apologize to the Yi family, these two things were very important to her. As a mother, she couldn't delay or neglect them. There's something hidden in this matter. Feng Hui explained aloud. You know that guy's temper. How can he be such a lascivious person? And even if he is lascivious, he won't smash people's door and break into people's ancestral hall. Feng Yan doesn't have such a strange taste, and our Feng family doesn't have such a bad upbringing. What on earth happened in the middle? I don't know. But I think it's for the good of the Yi family's girl. They now have a misunderstanding about Feng Yan and want to get rid of the evil for the people. At this time, no matter what we say, they won't believe it. Then, when the truth comes out, they will come to apologize themselves. Dad, Lu Wang was even more worried and said, they are angry now. If they do something to Feng Yan, they won't. Feng Hui waved his hand and said confidently, if they really wanted to do something to Feng Yan, they wouldn't have pushed me to the Yi family in the middle of the night. Just wait and see. It will be a good result. With such a thing happening, Feng Yan and Wen Raoan will definitely get married. Then what about the marriage between Feng Yan and Wen Raoan? Feng Hui was silent for a while and then said, how can the Yi family be willing to let an expert who is about to enter the heavenly Dao realm go? Back then, they only wanted to find a good wife for their grandson, but they didn't expect that. This granddaughter-in-law is too outstanding and unsuitable. Before Feng Yan opened his eyes, he had already smelled the smell of the sun. It was warm, soft and not hot, as if a pair of delicate little hands were stroking his skin. It's so comfortable. Feng Yan sighed in his heart. He didn't know if he laughed, but he knew that he must be enjoying it very much. Insects chirped and birds chirped. The autumn wind brought the fragrance of flowers, making people want to take a few more breaths. This is a beautiful morning. When Feng Yan opened his eyes, he met a pair of eyes. Yi Daowen, Yi Daoling, Yi Fengsheng, Yi, and a group of younger members of the Yi family were all staring at him. Feng Yan was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. Yi Raoan was in danger when she was breaking through the heavenly Dao, and he was not afraid of sacrificing himself to save her. What kind of person was Yi Raoan? She was the most promising and most popular junior in the Yi family. She was Yi Daowen's daughter, Yi Daoling's niece, and a representative figure of the Yi family's rise on the path of martial arts. There were countless obvious and hidden benefits, and the Yi family didn't want anything to happen to Yi Raoan. However, when he had a premonition that Wen Raoan was in trouble and came to her rescue, he encountered all kinds of humiliation and obstruction. Now that the truth was out, they must be feeling guilty and remorseful, right? Apologize? Yes, an apology was a must. He didn't need to apologize, but if they apologized, it would prove that he was in the wrong, and then he could ask for some small compensation. For example, asking them to agree to marry Yi Raoan to him as his wife. They would definitely feel that his request was too much, and that he was asking for too much. However, if they understood what he had done, they wouldn't have such thoughts in their hearts. That was moving a mountain. Although it was said to be moving a mountain, it was actually moving a grenade that could explode at any time in Yi Raoan's body into his own body. Yi Raoan was safe and sound, but he could die at any time. If it wasn't true love, how could a person be willing to die for another person? Since they already knew that their love for Yi Raoan was true, then what reason did they have to refuse a man who loved Yi Raoan? He smiled at Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling and said, Uncle, third uncle, why are you here? Don't mind these small things, I just did what I should do. Everyone looked at Feng Yan as if they were looking at a lunatic. This guy made such a big mistake, yet he still had an expression that wanted to be praised. What was he thinking? Feng Yan, do you still have any shame? What kind of hero is taking advantage of someone's difficulties? Feng Yan, if you don't give my Yi family an explanation today. The crowd was agitated, and everyone began to concentrate their firepower on Feng Yan. Feng Yan's expression stiffened again, and then the smile that spread out was filled with endless bitterness. You guys bullied me like this, I won't easily forgive you later. Chapter 668. Everyone in the Yi family was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Yan was lying on the bed, they would have wanted to make a move on Fang Yan. Even if they couldn't win, they had to fight. They had to let Fang Yan beat them to death. Yi Fengsheng was caught in a dilemma and whispered, "I think it's better to figure out the situation first. We have to wait for cousin to wake up to know what the situation is. Isn't that right, everyone? If we misunderstood Fang Yan, wouldn't we have to apologize to him? Those who practice martial arts need to be steady and calm, to strike only after the enemy has struck." Yi Fengsheng and Fang Yan were good friends, but Fang Yan made such a big mistake in the Yi family. It was difficult for him to say a word even if he wanted to help. One had to know that from last night until now, several cousins didn't give him a good look. Especially after his first uncle Yi Dawen accused him of revealing the secret path to the Yi clan's ancestral hall, Yi Fengsheng suffered a lot of supercilious looks. Some older brothers and sisters even sharply criticized him for pushing the Yi clan into danger. Yi Fengsheng, what misunderstanding? We all saw it with our own eyes. It was Fang Yan who forced his way in and ruined gentle cultivation. Yi Dongxue said coldly. Yi Dongxue was a child of the second master's branch. He was only 2 years older than Yi Fengsheng, but he could use the identity of the big brother to scold Yi Fengsheng. Yi Dongxue saw Yi Fengsheng's situation and could only swallow the words he wanted to say. This time, Fang Yan really angered everyone. Even his father was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's reckless behavior. Yi Dawen's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Fang Yan. Yi Daoling's expression was still calm, but he thoughtfully looked at Fang Yan, who had a bitter smile on his face. After the younger generation made a ruckus for a while, Yi Daoling waved his hand and signaled everyone to quiet down. Yi Daoling looked at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, how do you feel now? Are you all right?" Fang Yan said uncertainly. When he was being attacked and insulted by the people of the Yi clan, he secretly let his true qi circulate through the meridians of his body. Other than the fact that his body felt empty and it was difficult for him to breathe, he didn't feel anything else. Where did the volcano go? They had clearly exploded in his body, but what were the consequences of the explosion? Did he cause any trauma to himself? Why can't I feel anything? Fang Yan was puzzled. That's impossible. With the heat of that volcano and the scale of its eruption, even if it didn't blow people up into pieces, it would at least turn their internal organs into charcoal. They were even prepared to die. Yi Daoling raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Is it good or bad?" "It shouldn't be good," Fang Yan said. "But I don't feel anything wrong for the time being. Maybe I'll be crippled in the future. Don't worry. I'll let you know when the results are out. Where's the gentleness? How's Tingwen now? You still have the face to mention Wenwan." Yi Daowen suppressed the hostility in his heart and shouted angrily. "Wenwan became like this because of you." Fang Yan smiled and didn't answer Yi Daowen's question. He knew that there must be a big misunderstanding in this. Yi Daoling patted his elder brother's shoulder and motioned him not to be angry. Then, he looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Fang Yan, tell me the truth. What happened last night? What did you do after you broke into the stone room?" Fang Yan reached out and rubbed his forehead and said, "Before I fought with third uncle, I said that I felt that Wenwan's situation was not good. Something might happen." Yi Daowen's eyes were slightly cold, but he endured and didn't say anything. "Later, when I was fighting with third uncle, I took the opportunity to slip away and broke into the stone room under the ancestral hall. When I went in, Wenwan was lying on the floor of the stone room, struggling and rolling. The temperature of her body was very high, and she was about to burn herself. There was a volcano in her body, and then I found a way to move the volcano into my body, and then I fainted. What happened after that, I have no idea at all." Yi Daoling frowned and said, "You mean that when you went in, Wenwan was already in a bad situation?" "Exactly," Fang Yan said with absolute certainty. "Nonsense," Yi Dongxue retorted unceremoniously. You heard that Wen Wan was about to break through again, so you deliberately came to disturb her, right? Now you have succeeded. Fang Yan stared at Yi Dongxue with sharp eyes and said, "What did you say?" Although Fang Yan's body was weak and it was difficult for him to gather qi, but his eyes were still sharp. Yi Dongxue met Fang Yan's eyes, and he felt a tingling feeling like being pricked by a long needle. Only then did he remember that this man had the heart of Tai Chi, and it was said that he broke through again and achieved the light of Tai Chi. Even the old men of Taoism specially came to visit. A few days ago, they heard that he killed Bai Xiu outside, the #1 expert of the younger generation of Swallow Fort in their minds. If they were to really fight, he might not be able to do anything to him. However, in front of the elders of the family, he must not give in. Although he felt guilty, he still sneered and said, "Isn't it? Do you think we don't know what happened between you and Wen Wan? If Wen Wan conquered heaven, do you think there will still be a chance between you two? You are afraid of this, so at the critical moment of Wen Wan's breakthrough, you deliberately rushed in to disturb her breakthrough, saying that you had a premonition before breaking the door. Do you think you are a god of divination?" Fang Yan, using such nonsense to deceive our Yi family, do you think we are all idiots? I knew it would be like this. Fang Yan said with a wry smile. Fang Yan sat up from the bed, looked at Yi Daoling and said, "Uncle, third uncle, do you think so in your heart?" Fang Yan, if that's not the case, can you give me an explanation? Yi Daoling clenched his fist and shouted in a deep voice, Wen Wan's breakthrough in the secret room was supposed to be a foolproof thing. However, you broke the door in the middle of the night and broke in at the critical moment of Wen Wan's breakthrough. Fang Yan, don't try to deceive us with the lie that you had a premonition that Wen Wan would have an accident. Outsiders don't know how Wen Wan is. How can you know? Fang Yan, I originally didn't believe that you would do such a thing. Yi Daoling sighed softly and said, Wen Wan was inspired and broke through in the stone room. This is a big thing for our Yi family. As a result, after you broke in, Wen Wan failed to break through and has not woken up until now. Fang Yan, if you say that you have no selfishness, I'm afraid it will be difficult to give a satisfactory explanation. Yi Daoling was a smart person, and smart people's imagination was particularly rich. After Fang Yan broke into the stone room, the first person to open the stone door was him. When he saw Yin Wan and Fang Yan hugging each other naked, he mistakenly thought that the two of them had some relationship beyond friendship. Even if they didn't really do anything deep, for a traditional family like theirs, it was enough to scare people. However, after they were carried out of the stone room, Yi Daoling knew that the two of them were temporarily innocent according to some experience and detailed analysis. Yin Wan still maintained her virginity, and Fang Yan was not a lustful person. However, another problem appeared, Yin Wan failed to break through. Did she fail because of herself or because of Fang Yan's harassment? This was also the reason why the Yi family was so angry. Fang Yan, you are a smart person. Yi Daoling looked at Fang Yan and smiled silently. He said, in my opinion, you are the best among the younger generation of Swallow Dock. Especially the incident 3 years ago, it made me feel shocked. It is precisely because you are too smart that we can talk about some things more clearly. You like Wen Wan. Are you willing to admit this? Fang Yan grinned and said, why can't I admit it? I like Yin Wan. Wen Wan also has a good impression of you. Don't say it so lightly. Fang Yan waved his hand. Yin Wan likes me too. I am her boyfriend, and she is my girlfriend. If it wasn't for my father's grave, we might have become husband and wife. Since you admit it, then you should know that if Yin Wan breaks through heavenly Tao, the Yi family will never agree to your marriage. Isn't that right? Yes. I know. Fang Yan nodded with absolute certainty. Every family is like this. It is not easy to cultivate a talent. Yin Wan is a rare martial arts genius. If she succeeds in breaking through this time, she will be a rare martial arts genius in hundreds of years. There is no doubt about her excellence. As long as one has eyes, they can see it. Fang Yan looked at the Yi family standing in front of him and said, I have thought about this problem a long time ago. The Yi family will not easily let go of Wen Yuan. If we want to be together, we will definitely encounter a lot of obstacles. However, there is no other way. I have already fallen in love with her. Since I have fallen in love, then there is no way to find another woman to fall in love with. If it is so easy to do, then this kind of love is not love. This kind of love is not worthy of Yin Yuan. What else can I do? Fang Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed self-deprecatingly. He said, as long as you don't kill me or cripple me, I will marry her as my woman. This is something that has been decided a long time ago. It has been decided 3 years ago. I will not change, and she will not change, so only you can make some changes. Chapter 669. Autumn was gradually approaching, and Swallow Dock was now a bit chilly. The leaves of the locust trees in the yard were still lush, but they were dazzling yellow. The sunlight, which was not so hot, shone on these yellow leaves, making them more golden, and even the edge of the leaves seemed to leak light. Most of the people in the room were wearing unlined shirts, which didn't make people feel cold. For martial arts practitioners like them, a little cold wind couldn't hurt them at all. Even in winter, it was easy for them to swim naked. Yi was the weakest, but she also had some martial arts foundation. At this time, she didn't show any abnormality. She had a good relationship with her sister Yi Ro since childhood, and she had always regarded Yi Ro as her idol. Therefore, Yi Ro's position was her position, and her position had always changed with Yi Ro's position. When she just learned that Sister Ro and Fang Yan were in love, she rejected it in her heart, and even questioned Sister Ro's choice to her face. She thought that Fang Yan didn't deserve Sister Ro. As for who could deserve Sister Ro, she didn't have a specific name or outline in her mind. She just thought that it should be someone more excellent and powerful than Fang Yan. There were many talents in Yanjing City, and heroes were like carps crossing the river. Why did she have to choose a husband in Swallow Dock? But Sister Ro was willing to endure it, and she could only accept it. Therefore, from last night to this morning, she had been trying to say a few words for Fang Yan. Although she knew that no one would listen to her words, and it probably wouldn't have a good effect. After hearing what Fang Yan said, she didn't get angry like the Yi family, but was a little moved. A sincere man, a stubborn man, a man who wouldn't give up easily. Wasn't such a man what women longed for and pursued? In the autumn morning light, in the backyard of the Yi family, where insects and birds wandered freely, the man was slowly saying something on his mind. I know you won't like what I said, and you will even be very angry. But it's really from the bottom of my heart. I also know that no matter what I say, you won't agree to let Yi Ro marry me. Using words to move people is meaningless in your eyes. At this point in time, you won't be thinking about love or not. To you, this is just a trivial matter. The first thing you consider is that your family will lose a heavenly Tao expert. You will imagine it as Mo1, or a divine dragon that can injure Mo1. They are only at the heavenly Tao realm. If Yi Gentle succeeds in ascending the heavenly Tao, she will be a figure like them. Such a person can dominate the 9 heavens and soar tens of thousands of kilometers. How much influence and benefits can she bring to the Yi family? Fang Yan was lying on the mahogany bed near the window. This was Yi Fengsheng's bed. In the past, when Fang Yan came to find Yi Fengsheng, he would often roll around on this bed. But I care. I like Yi Ruru, so I must marry her. You will object. You will object vehemently, but I will also find ways to get her. We may elope, or we may set up a table outside, light a pair of candles, and get married. That's what couples in feudal society would do when they are forced to do. Now it's a legal society. Yi Ro and I are both adults. We will bring our ID cards to Beijing, or to any government office. We can legally become husband and wife for only 9 yuan. If you dare to break us up, you will be breaking the law. I will sue you. We have known each other for so long. You must not think that I am a lecher. But if I have no choice, I will not hesitate to coax you with flowery words. Drinking or drugging is also possible. I have to find a way to do it. I want you, Ro, to be my woman. I want you, Ro, to give birth to our child. I want you, Ro, to be with me. It's better for you to be angry than for me to sulk. It's better for outsiders to scold me for being shameless than to scold myself for being useless. Look, I can also be like you, a man who will do anything. I won't talk back if you scold me. It's natural for me to suffer a little grievance if I want to abduct someone else's girl. If you hit me, I will naturally dodge or fight back, because I know you may really kill me. I don't want to die. If I marry you, Ro, I don't want to die. Everyone present was stunned. No one would have thought that he would be so direct with his words, and that he would be so blatant about it. The men of the Yi family were either angry, sarcastic, or staring at him with deep eyes. Watching him speak his mind could also be regarded as another form of declaration of war. This was probably the meaning of Fang Yan's vow to marry Yi Ro. I want to tell you that I will definitely marry Yi Ro. Fang Yan looked at the people in front of the bed and said. His tone was calm, but there was unshakable firmness in his words. But I also want to do it beautifully, so that you will feel less resentful. At least, don't let Ro be in such a dilemma. Although Ro looks cold, she values affection the most in her heart. She values the love between us, and she values the affection between you more. We can fight and scold each other unscrupulously, but what about Ro? She doesn't want to give up our feelings, she doesn't want to disappoint your affection, so she can only be in a dilemma in the middle. I don't want Ro to be in a dilemma. Fang Yan looked at Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling and said, so, today, I will tell you my thoughts and what I want to do. I want to marry you, Ro, and what do you want me to do? Marry into her family. Yi Daowen gritted his teeth and said. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, it seems that I am in a dilemma now. Let's not be changed by him. Someone reminded him. He hasn't confessed whether he deliberately destroyed Sister Ro's breakthrough. How can I prove that I didn't mean it? Fang Yan looked at the young man and asked. When Ro wakes up, won't everything be revealed? What if Sister Ro is biased? The man retorted unwillingly. Do you want to force him to death? A cold voice sounded behind them. Everyone turned around and saw Yi Ro in black standing behind them, coldly glancing at the people in the room. Her face was pale, her eyes were lifeless, and she had to rely on the support of a young maid even to stand. The failure of this breakthrough really had a great impact on Yi Ro. Ro, you're awake. Yi Daowen hurried over. After all, she was his daughter, and as a father, he was very concerned. Yi Daoling walked over, reached out his hand to feel Yi Ro's wrist, and said in a deep voice, your pulse is weak, and your breath is difficult to find. It may be caused by excessive fatigue. Why don't you have a good rest when you wake up? What are you doing here? Yi Ro's gaze passed through the crowd and met the eyes of Fang Yan who was sitting on the bed. Yi Ro was fine, and Fang Yan grinned. Fang Yan was fine, and Yi Ro also chuckled. One smiled openly, and the other smiled gently. This smile was particularly dazzling in the eyes of many people. He is my savior. Yi Ro said aloud. Ro. Yi Daowen raised an eyebrow and said, what happened at the time? You can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Yi Daowen was worried that in order to protect Fang Yan, Yi Ro would deliberately say something beneficial to Fang Yan. If he is a narrow-minded person. Yi Ro's gaze was still on Fang Yan, but she answered her father's question, do you think I will like him? Yi Daoling looked at his elder brother, Yi Daowen, and said with a smile, Ro, don't blame your father. He is also worried about you. There are some things you may not be clear about. At that time, it was the critical moment of your seclusion. Fang Yan broke the door, and I even fought with him. You also know the attitude of the family towards your seclusion. Everyone was careful, for fear of affecting you. So, Fang Yan barged in so casually. We were worried that he would disturb your state of mind, but it didn't mean that he had any bad intentions. We were protecting you. Fang Yan also said it was to protect you, but the result was. So, we just wanted to figure out the problem. I encountered a problem during my seclusion. I couldn't make up my mind. Yi Rou said. What? What aspect couldn't you make up your mind? Yi Daoling asked. Severing my emotions. Yi Rou said. Hiss. Yi Daoling sighed softly. He didn't expect to face such a problem while climbing the heavenly Tao. With his cultivation level, he didn't need to consider such a problem for a while. However, if it was just severing his emotions, why couldn't he make up his mind? One had to know that the heavenly Tao was the only great Tao in the world. Serving the Tao was also fundamental. In order to climb above the heavenly Tao, what was the point of caring about love? The elusive black dragon, the divine dragon that soared into the sky, and the talented azure dragon were all heavenly Tao realm experts. Weren't they dedicated to serving the Tao? How could they be affected by the mundane matters? To them, these were ultimately trivial matters. A person might only have one such opportunity in their life. If they lost it, it would probably be too difficult to break through again. Yi Daowen looked at Yi Rou with a puzzled expression and said, Emotions? How do you sever it? That crane is Fang Yan. That deer is Fang Yan. That enemy general is Fang Yan. That malicious ghost is also Fang Yan. Yi Rou looked at Fang Yan with a burning gaze before turning her gaze away shyly. She said, I can't bear to kill him. Chapter 670. That crane is you, that deer is you, that enemy general is you, and that malicious ghost is also you. So, I can't bear to kill you. Yi Rou said it lightly, and there was only a little shyness on her face. She was not used to expressing her feelings with this kind of attitude and words, but Fang Yan could hear the danger and deep affection in her words. What was the way of heaven? Fang Yan didn't have a chance to see the real body, so he didn't understand it. But for Yi Rou, who was trying to break through, there was a world in every grain of sand, and a heaven in every flower. Every thought and every scene was an opportunity. The crane was an opportunity, the deer was an opportunity, the enemy general was an opportunity, and the evil ghost was also an opportunity. Every time a scene flashed, it was an opportunity for Yi Rou to break through the shackles and climb the heavenly path. It could be seen that Yi Rou was actually full of confidence for this breakthrough. Because even God was willing to give her so many opportunities. At that time, she just needed to follow the way of heaven. Then, there would be another way of heaven in Swallow Dock, just like the old drunkard Mo Qingdi. This was a happy event for the Yi family, and also something for the whole Swallow Dock to be proud of. However, the words, I can't bear to kill him, meant that she missed such a great opportunity. Learning martial arts was more difficult than crossing a single plank bridge in the college entrance examination. No matter good or bad students, no matter how hard they studied or how lazy they were, as long as they endured for a certain period of time, the school would give them a fair chance to take the exam. But climbing the way of martial arts wasn't like that. There was no competition. You only needed to give yourself competition. There was no examiner. Your strength was the biggest affirmation of yourself. Ordinary people would have to wait for decades, but Yi Gentle let it in so easily. She let go of the chance to climb the way of heaven. Between the way of heaven and Fang Yan, she chose Fang Yan. Fang Yan had to admit that Yi Rou's words touched him. His heart was full of affection, and even his eyes were a little red. Others didn't know what she had paid for this, but he did. She went against the way of heaven, and in the end, her realm collapsed, her energy scattered, and her whole body burned like a volcano that was about to erupt. If he hadn't arrived in time, Yi Rou might have died. Because I can't kill Fang Yan, my mind is in a mess, and my aura is out of control. My eyes couldn't see, my ears couldn't hear, and there was only a sliver of remnant thought in my heart. My body's temperature was rising, and my mouth was getting thirstier. Breathing was difficult, and I nearly died. Back then, I also thought that I was about to die. Yi Gentle recounted what she had encountered while climbing the heavenly Tao realm. This was an incomparably precious experience. For experts like Yi Daowen and Yi Daoling who had the possibility of climbing the heavenly Tao, this was a hint. For the younger generation of the Yi clan, this was a very good warning and example. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to climb the heavenly way. Even if someone did, they wouldn't share their experiences and insights with others for free. However, Yi Rou deliberately mentioned this in front of Fang Yan, which naturally made the Yi family feel a little indignant. This is the treasure that our Yi family has risked our lives for. How could he just give it to an outsider? Is it worth it? Fang Yan looked at Yi Rou and asked. You missed such a good chance. What about you? Yi Rou looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes. Her face was as pale as a sheet, and it was because of this that when she began to feel shy, the blush on her face would be especially clear and alluring. You nearly died to save me. Is it worth it? Fang Yan grinned and said, aren't I living well now? It's just an opportunity. Yi Rou said, just try again next time. Her voice was indifferent, but her attitude was unyielding. To her, climbing the heavenly Tao was like eating a sumptuous meal. If she didn't eat it today, she could eat it next time. As Fang Yan laughed, Yi Rou laughed as well. The two of them laughed in an unrestrained and warm manner. Humph. Yi Daowen couldn't stand it any further as he coughed forcefully a few times. She was flirting with another man in front of her father. Was this still his daughter, Yi Rou? Such a Yi Rou made him feel unfamiliar and uncomfortable. Yi Daowen looked at Yi Rou and said, was it really Fang Yan who saved you? Yes. Yi Rou replied seriously. She didn't like to lie, and every word she said seemed to be honest. Yi Daowen examined his daughter's face several times and nodded, then we misunderstood Fang Yan. Yi Daoling looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully, then looked at Yi Rou and said, Fang Yan came to say that he had a premonition that something might happen to you. Is there really such a thing as a telepathic connection? I don't know if there is, but when Fang Yan went over. Yi Rou thought for a moment and said, I was already delirious and was suffering from the heart fire. Rou's state at that time was very dangerous. If the heart fire was allowed to burn or explode in her body, it is possible. Fang Yan thought for a moment and said, she would either be crazy or stupid. Her life might even be in danger. This is also the reason why I broke into the Yi family's ancestral hall in a hurry. So, please forgive me. This is also for the good of the Yi family. After figuring out the situation and knowing that he misunderstood Fang Yan, Yi Daowen was straightforward. He bowed deeply to Fang Yan on the bed and said, thank you for saving Rou. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, I just said that Rou is my girlfriend. If you want me to save her, I will save her. If you don't want me to save her, I will save her. We will discuss other things later. Yi Daowen said. He was still unwilling to admit the identity of Fang Yan as his prospective son-in-law. He was even unwilling to discuss this topic with him in depth. This was a major event related to the Yi family. As a father, he might not be able to make the decision. However, he was Yi Rou's father and could make the decision to a certain extent. He turned to look at Yi Rou and said, your body is weak. Go back and lie down to rest. After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Yi Daoling looked at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, we misunderstood you. As you said just now, you have your position, and we also have our position. The Yi family's face needs to be maintained, and the Yi family's ancestral hall needs to be guarded. Some unpleasant things happened in the middle. Don't take it to heart. After all, you didn't suffer a loss. Instead, it was my side that suffered a big loss in your hands, right? Fang Yan looked at Yi Daoling and said, third uncle, I know. It's not easy for us, and it's not easy for you. I won't take these things to heart. That's good. Yi Dowling laughed and said, however, I also want to thank you for saving our family's Ro. She is the lifeblood of our family. We don't want her to be in any danger. I thank you on behalf of the Yi family. When Yi Dowling spoke, he bowed deeply to Fang Yan. The younger generation of the Yi family looked at each other and also bowed to Fang Yan. Fang Yan didn't dare to accept it. When he wanted to get up from the bed, his wrist was weak and he almost fell to the ground. Yi Fengsheng's hands and feet were nimble. He used his big belly to push Fang Yan back. He looked at Yi Dowling and said, "Third uncle, Fang Yan was seriously injured just now. His body is very weak. How about we let him have a good rest?" Yi Dowling nodded and said, "That's right. Fang Yan should rest well here. There's no need to rush home. I'll personally go to the Fang family in a while and explain it to your family." Fang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, third uncle." Yi Dowling walked to Yi Ro and said a few words to comfort her. "Don't feel bad, relax, and there will be opportunities in the future." Then, he turned around and left. Yi Fengsheng patted Fang Yan's shoulder and said, "I knew you would be fine." Fang Yan looked at his chubby face and said gratefully, "Thank you." He knew that Yi Fengsheng had been speaking up for him and protecting his position. It wasn't easy to do this kind of thing in his own home. It wasn't easy for Yi Fengsheng either. Everyone had their own difficulties. Yi Fengsheng laughed and said, "When did you become so wishy-washy? The Fang Huahua I know isn't such a person." He looked at his cousins who were guarding the room and refused to leave. He pushed their shoulders and said, "Let's go. We didn't sleep last night. Let's go back and sleep. We're so sleepy." There were still some people who wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Yi Fengsheng's fat palm. When Yi Fengsheng helped close the door, he winked at Fang Yan who was lying on the bed. Fang Yan smiled bitterly. This guy was really a good brother. Bang! The wooden door of the room was closed. Only Fang Yan and Yi Ro were left in the room. The young couple hadn't seen each other for months. When they met again, it was such a dangerous moment. Now that the crisis was over, the two of them could be described as surviving a disaster. There were some indescribable feelings in their hearts. Fang Yan looked at Yi Ro, and Yi Ro looked back at Fang Yan. The two of them looked at each other. Endless words were exchanged through their eyes. They didn't even need to speak. "I've been thinking." Fang Yan lowered his head and said, "If I die like this, although you'll miss me, I'll more or less feel indignant. For a smart person like me, why would I give up my life for a woman whom I've only held hands with a few times? Isn't that too much of a loss?" "Yes, it's too much of a loss." Yi Ro nodded. She walked towards Fang Yan step by step. Her body was weak, so even when she walked, she was a little unsteady. This time, she had really lost a lot of energy. Yi Ro stood at the head of the bed and stood in front of Fang Yan. She said softly, "Look up." "What?" Fang Yan looked up and asked. Yi Ro bowed slightly and pressed her soft lips against Fang Yan's. Chapter 671. The girl's lips were soft and cool, as if he was eating a mint-flavored cotton candy. This was not the first time that Fang Yan and Yi Ro had intimate contact, but the previous contact could only be called lip rubbing. This was their first real kiss. Yi Ro not only pressed her lips on Fang Yan's, but also put her tongue into Fang Yan's mouth. Oh, this was a French kiss. Fang Yan didn't know why it was called a French kiss when people put their tongues into each other's mouth and stirred. He didn't even know what kind of French kiss was, such as Huasia's, British's, Korean's, Japanese's, or African's. He didn't have much experience in this. However, Yi Ro's movements were also jerky. She put her tongue into Fang Yan's mouth, and it was as stiff as a frozen snail. The snail crawled and squirmed with difficulty, but it always accidentally scratched Fang Yan's teeth. Fang Yan didn't feel any pain. He just felt sorry for Yiro. He was worried that his teeth might cut her tongue. Because his mouth was blocked by Yiro, Fang Yan could only signal Yiro with his eyes. He turned his eyes to the left to remind Yiro that she could also turn her tongue to the left. He turned his eyes to the right to remind Yiro to turn her tongue to the right as well. His eyes were the guiding light, and all Yiro needed to do was wave her tongue and follow his instructions. However, this idiot didn't understand what Fang Yan was saying at all. Because of her shyness, she closed her eyes tightly. Because of her nervousness, her body trembled slightly. Her legs, which were weak to begin with, became unstable. It was as if she would fall into Fang Yan's arms if she was not careful. Yiro really wanted to express her enthusiasm. Maybe it was because of her love for Fang Yan. She was doing this very seriously, but she wasn't good at it. Serious children were worthy of encouragement. Therefore, even though Fang Yan carefully avoided her, afraid that his teeth would hurt her tongue, even though Fang Yan was nervous and worried that her body would not be able to take it and she would accidentally fall to the ground. However, Fang Yan still didn't stop him. Everyone had a learning process, and no one was born with it. For example, when he first started practicing martial arts, he couldn't even stand properly in the simplest stance, let alone a difficult skill like kissing. Thump. Yiro had just woken up, and her physical strength was exhausted. Finally, she could not hold on any longer and fell forward. Fang Yan immediately reached out his arms and held Yiro in his arms. The warm and fragrant body entered his embrace, and their bodies collided firmly together. At this time, Yiro didn't have the toughness of a martial arts master, nor did she have the arrogance and coldness of her usual temperament. She was like a little woman who hadn't recovered from a serious injury, lying in the arms of her man happily. That place made her feel safe. Sense of security. Yiro chewed on this familiar yet strange word in her heart. In the past, she never felt that it was dangerous. She just felt that there was no challenge in life. Safe. This word should be used on others. She had never felt this way before. Fang Yan held Yiro tightly in his arms and whispered, "Before I woke up, I had a dream. What did you dream about?" Yiro asked aloud. "A bad dream. Bad dreams must be told," Yiro said. "My mom said that bad dreams won't come true after they are told. Did your mom say that?" Fang Yan laughed. This Yiro was so cute, just like a naive little girl. Of course, she was originally a little girl. It was just that her talent in martial arts was so outstanding that people always forgot her age and gender. Because she was so powerful, no one had ever thought of protecting her. Yes. Yiro pressed her head in Fang Yan's arms and nodded gently. Her forehead rested on Fang Yan's chest, which made Fang Yan feel a burst of itch. "Okay." Fang Yan thought for a while and said, "Actually, I don't remember it very clearly. I just feel that my head was in a mess at that time, and images kept flashing in my head. In the dream, Bai Xiu didn't die. He was still alive and even more powerful than before. He said that he also liked you and challenged me. We had a fight and I defeated him again. But I don't know what happened, but you left with him. I was very angry and shouted at you, 'Yiro, you are my girlfriend. How can you like someone else?' You told me that liking is liking, and there was no or no. Later, there was a longer story. I met Bai Xiu again, I killed him, and you stabbed me. I think this dream is ridiculous." "It is ridiculous." Yiro nodded seriously. "I don't like Bai Xiu. I didn't like him before." Fang Yan opened his mouth and laughed. Yiro really didn't like Bai Xiu. In order to pursue the phoenix, and also to take revenge on Yiro for beating him up again, Fang Yan had deliberately used Bai Xiu's name to write an extremely mushy love letter to Yiro. Yiro had actually run over to Bai Xiu and beat him up. "At that time, I knew that the love letter was written by you," Yiro said in a low voice. You knew? Fang Yan was surprised and said, if you knew it was written by me, why did you go to Bai Xiu to settle the score? Because I don't like him, Yi Rou said. This kind of answer is really capricious. Although I know it's not Bai Xiu's fault, since I don't like him, I have a reason to beat him up, so I went to beat him up. I don't like that kind of joke, Yi Rou said. I didn't like it at that time. Fang Yan nodded and said, it won't happen in the future. I heard what you said. What? What you said just now, the things you told my father and third uncle. Fang Yan smiled and said, it's good that you heard it, so you can be mentally prepared in advance. Yi Rou nodded and said, you said you wanted to coax and drug him. Fang Yan's heart was in his throat. He forgot that he had said such a stupid thing. He explained anxiously and said, I just said it casually. You're so smart, how could I deceive you? If you drugged him. Yi Rou's voice didn't sound very real because her head was buried in Fang Yan's arms. Tell me in advance, and I'll pretend not to see it. Fang family. Old man Fang Hui carried the birdcage to the backyard early in the morning. The backyard was sunny and the air was fresher. Opening the back door next to the small courtyard where Mo Qingdi used to live, he could see the scenery on both sides of Shihizi River. There were village women washing clothes and vegetables by the river, urchins running and playing by the river, and old men playing chess and fishing by the river. Because they were in the middle of a battle, they didn't have time to care for the fish that bit the bait. Fang Hui thought that he should take his old friend out for a stroll on such a good day, but the eagle's silence made him worried. Old friend. Fang Hui had never given the eagle a name, so he always called it by that name. Ever since it came to the Fang family, it had become a part of the family. Today is another good day. The eagle looked at him with lifeless eyes. Its body was getting weaker and weaker. Look at you, you're such a stupid bird. Other birds are catching insects in the sky and fish in the river, but you? Other than standing here all day, you can't do anything. You don't even know how to say a word. The Vajra eagle still didn't speak, no longer teasing him like before. Fang Hui sighed and said, you've also got the temper of the Fang family, stubborn. A voice came from the front. Fang Hui tilted his head to listen and then said to the Vajra eagle in front of him, old buddy, they should be here soon. I hope that kid didn't suffer in the Yi family. The eagle naturally didn't respond. Steady footsteps came over. Yi Daoling stood beside Fang Hui with a smile and said, old man, are you walking your bird again? I'm old, talking to people will be disliked. So when I have nothing to do, I talk to it. It doesn't dislike me, and I don't dislike it either. Instead, we live in harmony. Fang Hui said with a serious face. Yi Daoling said with a face full of guilt, old man, don't be angry. Last night, everything happened so suddenly. Big brother and I were a little rash. We invited you over to discuss a solution to the problem. At that time, Big brother was worried about Wenwan's safety, so his words were not pleasant to hear. Old man, don't lower yourself to our level. I came here this time to apologize to you, old man. Fang Hui turned to look at Yi Daoling and asked, did you figure it out? Yes. Yi Daoling nodded. Fang Yan really broke into the Yi family's gate to help Wenwan. It happened suddenly, and we didn't quite understand his behavior. That's why there was a series of misunderstandings. You know it, but I don't. Fang Hui sneered and said, my grandson was worried about Wenwan's safety. He didn't even give me the time to explain and ran to your Yi family. What's the result? How did your Yi family treat my Fang family? How did your Yi family treat Fang Yan? What does my grandson owe your Yi family? If you think about it carefully, it's your Yi family that owes my grandson more. Daoling, our Fang family is small. We can't let others bully us, right? Chapter 672. A family was equivalent to a fruit tree, and the members of the family were the fruits of the tree. Most of the fruits on the fruit tree of the family were the type with ordinary aptitude. They were not pleasing to the eye, and hated to taste. This was also the reason why ordinary people or ordinary families occupied the majority of the world. This was the foundation of society, the base of the pyramid. A few of the fruit trees of the family would have one or two geniuses with above-average aptitude. They could not lead the whole family to charge forward, and they were far ahead of the other children of the family, neighbors, and friends. Therefore, these people were the object of envy. Some lucky clans would have several big and sweet fruits on their fruit trees. Like the Yi clan, where the three tigers advanced side by side, the three tigers took the lead to attack the city and pillage the stronghold, while the other clan's disciples waved flags and shouted war cries to support the attack. This kind of clan was extremely rare. Once they appeared, they could become the best in their field. For example, the families on the wealth list every year, they jointly controlled billions of funds through blood ties. The Fong family had a strange talent. All the people of Swallow Dock said so. The Fong clan was not a top-notch clan in Swallow Dock. Not to mention a colossal clan like the Yi clan, the Fong clan was slightly inferior to the Ruan clan where Ruan Qian was from, the Zhu clan where Zhu Zaidan was from, and the Li clan where Li Xiao Tian and Li Long were from. The biggest reason for this situation was that the Fong clan did not have many descendants, and they did not have many sons. Old man Fong Hui had at least one brother. When it came to the generation of Fong Yan's father, Fong Yixing, there were only one boy and 3 girls. The 3 aunts had married off, and Fong Yixing had died in battle. The backbone of the Fong family at the entrance of Swallow Dock was suddenly wiped out. This was also why the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Fong family fell on the shoulders of a young man like Fong Yan. He was the same age as Yi Fengsheng, Li Xiaotian, and the others, but he had already shouldered the responsibility of Yi Daoling and Yi Daowen's generation. Wasn't it natural for him to work harder than others? Old Master Fong Hui was a martial arts prodigy. Fong clan's Tai Chi Kung Fu, which was famous for its gentleness, was modified by him. He infused it with a strong and forceful force, turning it from a strong body into an invincible, killing technique. Even Mo Qingdi and Fong Yan were deeply influenced by this Kung Fu. Fong Hui was already famous at a young age, and the people he associated with were the best in the Inner River. Later, he was chosen by a leader within the Red Wall and became the emperor's personal guard. Fong Hui's legs were paralyzed in the prime of his life and he became half a cripple. On the other hand, Fong Hui's only son, Fong Yixing, was not proficient in martial arts, but was rather interested in calligraphy and painting. The Fong family sank to the bottom of the valley. However, the Fong family had produced someone like Mo Qingdi. Strictly speaking, Mo Qingdi could not even be considered as a true member of the Fong clan. He was merely a disciple that Fong Hui had taken in from the outside when he was young. However, as he practiced, he was able to comprehend the Tao through martial arts and became one of the 3 dragons of Hua Xia, the Azure Dragon. Not only the entire Swallow Dock, but even the entire pugilistic world and Hua Xia had a whole new level of respect for the Fong clan. Don't underestimate the enemy. When they were at their peak, who would dare to speak harshly to the Fong clan? At that time, the Fong family was in the limelight. Even the 3 tigers of the Yi clan, who were shining brightly now, were suppressed by Mo Qingdi to the point that they could barely breathe. There was no chance for them to stand out at all. Misfortune never came alone. When Mo Qingdi was at his peak, he accepted the challenge of the Dragon God and his tendons were cut off by the Dragon God. Just when everyone looked down on the Fong clan again, some people sighed, and some people were gloating. Fong Yan stood up. Fong Yan comprehended the heart of Tai Chi in his 20s. No one dared to look down on the Fong clan, but there was no way to pay too much attention to the Fong clan. It was like the fruits of a fruit tree. Most of them were thin and ugly, but there was a chance that one of them would mutate and become the most dazzling one in the entire forest. Fong Hui was like that in the past, Mo Qingdi was like that later, and Fong Yan was like that now. Yi Daoling lived in Yanjing most of the time, and there was a huge gap in age and seniority. There was little contact between the two. However, he didn't dare to have the slightest contempt for this old man. Not to mention his identity as the emperor's guard, he shamelessly ran to the Yi clan to challenge them. In the end, Yi Rou forced his precious grandson, Fang Yan, to use the heart of Tai Chi. Just take this investment as an example, he was also extremely foresight, right? Not to mention the current emotional entanglement between the two young people, which caused so much trouble for the Yi clan. Hearing Fang Hui say, Daoling, our Fang clan is weak, and we can't let others bully us, right? Yi Daoling knew that this old man was ready to bully others. The Fang clan had this kind of ability. Even when they were in a weak position, they could always bully others as they wished. For example, himself. Yi Daoling looked at Fang Hui and said with a smile, Old man, what happened last night was something that no one wanted to see. We have some misunderstandings towards Fang Yan, and we owe him something. You're right, your Fang clan doesn't owe anyone anything. My position was taken by Fang Yan for me. I don't know what to do to thank Fang Yan, but if there's something I can do, I naturally won't refuse. Fang Hui nodded with a smile and said with a straight face, the Yi family is capable, and the Yi family is also moral. Everyone is well aware of this. We don't need you to do anything special for our Fang family. Although the Fang clan is weak, we still have a bowl of rice to eat. I just hope that when the Fang clan is being bullied, the Yi clan can stand on the side of fairness and speak up for our Fang clan. This isn't difficult, right? Yi Daoling smiled bitterly and said, Old man, this is indeed difficult. Why? Daoling is unwilling. Fang Hui looked at Yi Daoling and asked. I know it's not easy. Yi Daoling put away the smile on his face and said, but our Yi clan is duty-bound. Fang Hui reached out to pat Yi Daoling's arm, but thinking of his current position, he raised his hand in the air and didn't put it down. Yi Daoling smiled and squatted down. He said, Old man, come, I'll push you out for a walk. I haven't chatted with you for a long time. How can one have so much time to gossip with others when one is in an official career? Fang Hui said with a smile, caring for the people of the country is 100 times better than caring for an old man like me. Daoling, I appreciate your kindness. No need, go and do your work. I know you have a lot of things to do. Yi Daoling pondered for a moment and said, Old man, then you sit here and bask in the sun. I'll go back and make some preparations. Go. Fang Hui nodded and said, It's time to make some preparations. Fang Yan was seriously injured. At least, that's what he told others. Fang Yan felt that his body was empty. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster any strength. He felt that he had lost all his martial arts and became a trash who could no longer practice martial arts. That's what he told the Yi clan. Yi Fengxing stood at the head of Fang Yan's bed, his eyes sweeping over Fang Yan's face and body. It was like a brilliant policeman was examining a suspect he had caught. Ha ha ha, Yi Fengxing laughed. Fang Yan looked up at Yi Fengxing and said, I'm already injured like this, what's so funny? You really lost your strength? Yi Fengxing asked. Really? Fang Yan nodded seriously. Stop it. Yi Fengxing said with a smile. You just don't want to go back. You just want to stay in our Yi clan. You just want to see my sister a few more times. Is there a need to make yourself look so pitiful? I'm telling the truth. Fang Yan said seriously. The smile on Yi Fengxing's face disappeared. He looked at Fang Yan seriously again and said, You're not joking with me, are you? Do you think I'm joking with you? You really don't have any martial arts left? Fang Yan sighed softly and said, I've lost it temporarily. I don't know what will happen in the future. You won't look down on me, right? Yi Fengxing was stunned for a moment and said anxiously, Why would I? We're brothers. Whether you know martial arts or not, we're all brothers. Wan Qian's martial arts aren't good, but we've never looked down on him. You have to leave quickly, you can't stay in Swallow Dock any longer. Otherwise, when Sir Shen unleashes his power, it'll be very dangerous for you to stay here. You can't go back to Flower City either, it's also very dangerous there. We'll go to North Sea, where there aren't many people. It won't be easy for them to find us. Zidan is there, I'll go with you. If anything happens, us brothers can take care of each other. Call Lil, Tian, Wan Qian, and the rest to go with us. When we're free, we can catch birds and hunt for rabbits as an ambush from 10 sides, Fang Yan added. Yi Fengxing threw a punch at Fang Yan's face and scolded, Fang Huahua, you idiot. You're joking about something like this? Fang Yan tilted his head to dodge Yi Fengxing's attack and explained, I was hoping that you could cooperate with me. With your personality, if I told you that I'm fine, wouldn't you show all your emotions on your face? Everyone in your family is smart. They only need to take a look at you to know what kind of situation I'm in. If I didn't act more seriously, they would have already chased me out of the house, right? Yi Fengxing thought about it and accepted Fang Yan's reason. He said, my sister's body is weak now, she won't be able to leave the house for a while. It'll be good for you to stay with her. However, you don't have to go to Sir's place for the time being, right? Fang Yan was silent for a long time, then said in a low voice, the beauty cave is the best place to wear down a man's willpower. After seeing gentleness, I suddenly lose interest in everything. Because I see things that are too beautiful, I hope that those ugly things that people don't want to accept will come later, or even never have to face them. However, I still have to face them in the end. Chapter 673. What are you trying to say? Yi Fengxing asked in confusion. If you want to stay with my sister, you can keep pretending to be dead. If you say that you haven't recovered, the Yi family will take responsibility for you. If you don't bring it up, the Yi family won't drive you out. If you really lose your kung fu, the Yi family will have to give you an explanation. The Yi family won't bully others. You are a rough man. You don't understand. Fang Yan sighed. You appreciate the flowers and don't want to see the branches again. You experience the spring wind and summer rain and don't want to endure the heat and cold. You go through the whole spring and want to stay in the season where everything grows. When Fang Yan saw Yi Rou, he wanted to stay with her. He didn't want to deal with those things that made him tired and suffocated. He wanted to enjoy this kind of joy, which was as simple as a piece of chocolate and a little love song. Moreover, the joy in his heart was far greater than what he showed. Fang Yan really liked to stay with Yi Rou. He liked to see her smile and not smile. He liked to hear her speak or not speak. He liked her every word and every move. Fang Yan knew that he had fallen in love, but he didn't reject this feeling. He even enjoyed it as if it were malt syrup. Love. Fang Yan thought in his heart. He felt that this was the most beautiful word in the world. Yi Rou failed to conquer nature. At the critical moment of life and death, he risked his life to save her. He and Yi Rou went through the gates of hell together. Only after experiencing life and death could one understand the preciousness of life. Therefore, what Fang Yan wanted to do most now was to stay by Yi Rou's side quietly but restlessly. This feeling was much stronger and more intense than when he went to find the teacher to denounce him and force him to give him an explanation. Because he knew that if he met Mr. Yi, there might be another bloody storm. The situation that he would face in the end might be far beyond his expectation. Even he couldn't control what his future would be like. He didn't like the feeling of being out of control. Fang Yan was a lazy person and a pacifist. He really didn't want to experience so many disgusting things. Sir, are you not like that in my heart, sir? Yi Fengxing grinned and said, I may not know as much as you about other things. But when it comes to picking up girls, you're far inferior to me. Fang Yan looked at him thoughtfully and said, you can't be. You, a virgin, have the nerve to say that a home run winner like me is a boor? Fang Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, is it the one from the Bailey family? Yi Fengxing was shocked and asked, how do you know? Good guess. But I clearly liked Xiao Lu in the past. You have also liked Xiao Hua, Xiao Tu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Li Xiaoying. You have liked many girls. Yi Fengsheng's face was full of embarrassment as he said, I wasn't very sensible in the past. I think every girl has something lovely about her. For every girl you like, that girl doesn't like you. Xiao Zhu is an exception. Yi Fengsheng said with a red face, she is good to me, and I am good to her too. You've picked up Bailey Lu's most beloved sister. Just wait for that madman Bailey Lu to come back from the Gobi Desert and settle the score with you. Yi Fengsheng smiled bitterly and said, when that time comes, you guys have to support me. Besides, Xiao Zhu and I are truly in love. We've already discussed it. When both our parents agree, we'll get married. Fang Yan nodded and said, as long as you don't let her down, we'll definitely speak up for you. At worst, we'll just let Bailey Lu beat you up. That won't do. My soft and tender skin can't withstand the ravages of a madman like him. You didn't think about this when you were picking up her sister. I thought about it. Then why are you still picking her up? How can you say that? You're too bold for your own good. Yi Fengsheng said with a smile. Besides, with you guys around, I'm not afraid of Bailey Lu. He's no match for you. You're really good at scheming. Fang Yan said with a sigh. But I still can't beat you. If you were to lie here for 8 to 10 years, wouldn't the matter between you and my sister be set in stone? If you live in our Yi family, would they be able to recruit other men? Wouldn't they laugh at us? Fang Yan sneered and said, if I want to marry Ting Nua, I'll do it openly. I'll use 8 sedan bearers and 100 Bentleys to send the bride to Yanjing City for 3 laps. Then, I'll bring her back to our Fang family in Swallow Dock. Is there a need to use such dirty tricks? Yi Fengsheng nodded repeatedly and said, that's right. That's how it should be done. Women all like to be ostentatious. Fang Yan waved at Yi Fengsheng. Yi Fengsheng put his big face over. Go and tell Ting Nua that there's something wrong with my current situation. Fang Yan whispered in Yi Fengsheng's ear. Don't say that I told you. Just say that you found out when you came to see me. Say that I'm enduring the pain and don't want her to know. Understood. Yi Fengsheng nodded seriously and said, I'll say that if she doesn't come to see you now, she'll never see you again. Fang Yan slapped Yi Fengsheng. Yi Fengsheng laughed out loud and dodged like a nimble rabbit. Continue pretending to be dead. I'll go get someone for you. Yi Fengsheng ran to the door and said to Fang Yan when he closed the door, but, my sister may be resting with the great ancestor. She may not be able to come over. Don't let the great ancestor know that I'm dying. Fang Yan warned. The great ancestor came. The great ancestor came with Yi Rou. The great ancestor stood at the head of the bed and looked at Fang Yan, who was lying on the bed with a weak body and an ashen face. She said to Yi Rou in her extremely hearty voice, I thought this guy deliberately instigated the rumors to deceive us. Looking at his situation now, I'm afraid he really can't make it. Fang Yan wanted to beat Yi Fengsheng to death. No, I encouraged Bailey Lu to beat him to death. We agreed not to let the great ancestor know, but you've brought her here. Yi Rou looked at the embarrassed Fang Yan with great interest, and a seductive smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Little Yanzi, where do you feel uncomfortable? The great ancestor looked at Fang Yan and asked. Great ancestor. Fang Yan was about to cry. How could she call someone like that? Little Yanzi sounded like a character in The Princess Pearl. He didn't want to be a eunuch. He tried to squeeze out a smile and said, I feel much better now. I feel much better when I see you. You are really the reincarnation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. I won't die, will I? I won't die for the time being. It's good that you won't die, the great ancestor said. If you're really going to die, I can't say these words to you. Rou Rou is my favorite child. I don't want her to be a widow at such a young age. However, I know you are cunning and won't die easily. That's why I'm here to say these words to you. Do you like my ro-ro? Fang Yan looked at Yi Ro and quickly looked away. He said with some embarrassment, yes. What do you mean? I'm asking if you like my ro-ro. Yes. Fang Yan answered with infinite shyness. He lifted the blanket covering him up to cover half of his face. All right. Don't be shy. Little Yanzi, I've known you since you were born naked. You're not a shy guy. Fang Yan put away the shyness on his face and said seriously, don't they say that old people like honest and shy children? The problem is that you don't like either of them. The great ancestor said. Since you like my ro-ro, you must want to be with my ro-ro, right? Yes. Fang Yan looked at Yi Ro firmly and said, we have to be together. Yi Ro looked at Fang Yan with her bright and beautiful eyes. Even if she was shy, she was unwilling to turn her face away. Then you should also know that it's not so easy. At least, these men in the Yi family are not willing to, right? The great ancestor looked at Fang Yan and asked. It's shameful to talk about it. There are so many men in the Yi family. There are dozens of them, but they have to rely on a girl to revitalize the family. That's right. Fang Yan echoed. How can it be like this? If they like masters of the heavenly path, they can work hard to climb up. Why do you need my girlfriend to support you? The great ancestor looked at Fang Yan with a face full of contempt and said, don't you feel pain in your back? If you are also a master of the heavenly path and a hero like underestimating enemy, even if those guys surnamed Yi don't agree, what can they do? If you steal your wife and run, will they chase after you and beat you up? Fang Yan did not dare to speak rashly. Whose side is this old lady on? I'm flattering you, okay? Little Yanzi, tell me, when can you climb up to the heavenly path? This, great ancestor, I'm working hard. Fang Yan said. It was difficult for him to answer this question. Who knew when he could climb up to the heavenly path? The great ancestor nodded and said, although I'm old, I'm not muddle-headed. I'm not an unreasonable person. I know that the heavenly path is illusory. There are so many people in Swallow Dock who practice martial arts, but in the past 100 years, didn't underestimating enemy appear? Great ancestor, what do you mean? Don't meet sir. The great ancestor's expression was solemn. Every wrinkle on his face seemed to hide a yellowing past. Chapter 674. Don't see sir, the elder ancestor said again. Her voice was a little softer. There were reminders, warnings, but mostly pleas. Because Fang Yan was the Fang Yan that Yi Ro liked, she also liked the Fang Yan that Yi Ro liked. Fang Yan wanted to see Sir and interrogate him. This was not a secret in the whole of Swallow Dock. In Fang Yan's mind, a life for a life, a debt for a life, was the highest and most important rule of conduct that humans should abide by. If the murderer didn't pay with his life, then there would be more people who would kill. If the debtor didn't pay, then no one would be willing to borrow money. Some people said that this society was so cold that even the closest friends couldn't borrow money. However, if you had the experience of borrowing money and not paying it back, then wouldn't you be harming your own friends? The people on the roadside wouldn't be willing to lend you a single cent. Everything had a cause, and good and evil would be rewarded. However, the elder ancestor of the Yi family said to Fang Yan with a serious face, don't see sir. Because of his good relationship with Yi Fengsheng and his bad relationship with Yi Ro, Fang Yan often went to the Yi family. Sometimes he went to play with Yi Fengsheng, and sometimes he went to take revenge on Yi Ro. The more he went to the Yi family, the more he interacted with the elder ancestor of the Yi family. She was gentle, loving, generous, and candid, and even joked with Fang Yan from time to time. She often gave Fang Yan food and scolded him as a naughty monkey. Fang Yan liked the elder ancestor of the Yi family, just like how he liked his grandmother, who passed away a long time ago. In his memory, the elder ancestor had never spoken to him in such a serious tone. She had always been kind and cheerful, and treated him the same as other children. Maybe she liked him a little more. Fang Yan's face was solemn. He kept silent and didn't immediately answer the elder ancestor's question. Or rather, he responded to the elder ancestor's request because she said, "Don't see, sir." Not, "Don't see, Mr. Seeing Fang Yan's expression, the great ancestor sighed softly and said, "Little Yan, I know this request is difficult for you. I also know that you have encountered some unfair treatment. In life, everyone has a hard life. But since it's not easy, why do you want to put yourself in an even more dangerous situation? Your grandfather was a smart man. I've lived for 100 years, and I've rarely seen anyone smarter than him. He did everything he could for the Fang clan, and in order to protect you, his only child, he used up all of his energy. Back then, he came to our Yi family to challenge us, saying that our Wen Nua was not as good as his family's Fang Yan. Dao Wen and Dao Ling were not willing to accept the challenge. It was me who agreed to let you and Wen Nua compete every year. I have also been a parent, so I can understand the difficulties of being a parent. Besides, having the two of you compete once a year will also have the effect of promoting each other. Do you think I didn't think of your results today? Do you think Dao Wen and Dao Ling didn't think about it before? It's just that I've spoken up, so they can't refute me anymore. Everyone is looking forward to the Fang clan doing well. Your grandfather's leg is lame, and your father has that kind of disaster. The most pitiful thing to do is to underestimate the enemy's family. If you underestimate the enemy, you won't get sick or suffer any disasters. Now, it's still the same as before. Who dares to talk big to your Fang clan? Including those few young boys in our family. Who dares to shout and tie you up, Fang Yan? Who dares to shout and kill you, Fang Yan? Who dares to fetch your grandfather from home in the middle of the night to discuss the matter of punishing you? Of course, they also have the word reason. In a situation where the truth is unknown, it's understandable for them to be angry. You can count with your fingers. Since the day Swallow Dock appeared, who dares to break into other people's door and break into other people's ancestral hall? No, there has never been such a thing. This is the first time you, Fang Yan, have encountered such a matter, and there are still people gossiping about it. Just this morning, Yi Dongxue went to find the Qian clan's eldest son to compare notes, and broke one of his arms and one of his legs. Only then did they stop. When there are external enemies, Swallow Dock is a whole entity. When there were no external enemies, Swallow Dock would once again fight among themselves, fighting incessantly among themselves. It's not just our village, the other villages are the same. But, Fang Yan, there is only one person who can unite all of Swallow Dock, and that is Teacher. You can see Teacher every day, but have you ever wondered why Teacher is Teacher? There are so many people in Swallow Dock, and there are many old men and old women. Why can Long Qianxiang be Teacher? Fang Yan had asked this question before. The person he asked was the old drunkard, Mo Qingdi. He said, "Old drunkard, why is Teacher Teacher Teacher? Why can't you be Teacher Teacher? When it comes to martial arts, you are the best in Swallow Dock." The old drunkard's answer was, "Teacher Teacher is the master of Swallow Dock, and also my teacher. No matter how good a student is, he can't compare with a teacher." At that time, it was just a joke. Fang Yan asked casually, and the old drunkard answered casually. Then, the two of them continued drinking. Fang Yan didn't even carefully consider the deeper meaning of the old drunkard's words. "I've heard some things about you. Although I rarely pay attention to the trivial matters outside, Bai Xiu is dead, and the revenge that should be avenged has been taken. Let yourself rest for the time being, give yourself some time, and make yourself stronger. Isn't this the right way? Why do you force yourself to live such a hard and tiring life?" The great ancestor reached out to hold Yi Ro's little hand and said, "I'm telling you this because I feel sorry for Yi Ro. I know how you feel about her, and I also understand her character. She will definitely support what you want to do unconditionally. She won't say anything, but she will do it with you. If you are safe, she will be safe. If you take risks, she will take risks with you. Fang Yan turned his eyes to Yi Rou, and Yi Rou looked at him with a silent smile. Grandmaster was right. She knew Yi Rou well. Yi Rou didn't talk much, but she liked to express her feelings with actions. If Fang Yan stood on the opposite side of Mr. Yi, she would stand on the opposite side of Mr. Yi without hesitation. In this way, the Yi family was in a difficult position. If the Yi family wanted to protect Yi Rou, they would have to follow Fang Yan. If the Yi family did not protect Yi Rou's life would be in danger. In some matters, it was better for these old people to take a longer view. Fang Yan's throat squirmed as he said in a deep voice, "Ancestor, you're doing this for my sake, for Teng Wen's sake. I completely understand your thoughts. In all honesty, if it were just based on my own likes and dislikes, I wouldn't want to see Sir either. If it wasn't necessary, who would want to offend Sir from Swallow Dock? Who would want to go against an old guy who could raise a freak like Bai Xiu? But, can I not go see Sir? Impossible. Bai Xiu is Sir's disciple, and Bai Xiu killed my father. What is Sir's position in this matter? Does Sir know or not? Sir, are you irrelevant or involved? Why did Sir do this?" Fang Yan deliberately suppressed the anger in his heart, but his voice was still murderous. Sir was the Sir he respected. His father was killed by the disciple of the person he respected. Who wouldn't be angry when encountering such a thing? I went to Sir to seek justice, and also to uncover a mystery. If Sir is still the Sir in my heart, then he should tell me the facts and let me know the truth. If Sir is no longer the Sir in my heart, then even if I don't go to him, will Sir not take the initiative to find me? Instead of passively taking the blow, like Bai Xiu went to Huaqing to set up a fatal trap to deal with me, it's better for me to simply return to Swallow Dock, stand in front of Sir, and make it clear to him. If he scolds me, I will scold him back. If he hits me, I will fight back. Even if I die, I will die in this Swallow Dock, in front of thousands of Swallow Dock villagers. The ancestor sighed softly and said, "I knew I couldn't persuade you." Fang Yan jumped up from the bed, bowed deeply to the ancestor, and said, "Ancestor, I have let you down this time." This was also an old man he respected, an elder who wholeheartedly hoped for the best for him. The ancestor waved his hand and said, "Didn't you ask Fengsheng to bring a message to Wenro? Let's have a good talk with her." The ancestor moved his little feet and turned to leave, leaving Fang Yan and Yi Rou in the room again. Fang Yan looked at Yi Rou and said, "I know, the ancestor is doing this for our own good." Yi Rou nodded lightly. "But I can't promise her. I think it's better to settle this kind of thing earlier than later." Fang Yan explained seriously. Yi Rou still nodded and looked at Fang Yan with her watery eyes without blinking. She was calm and sure, but there was no shyness of a little girl. "What do you think?" Fang Yan said. "What do you think?" "I don't think." Yi Rou said. "Your thought is my thought." After thinking for a while, Fang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "In this case, I'm going to see Mr. Yi when I feel better." "Okay." Yi Rou looked at Fang Yan and said, "I'll go with you." "Don't go. Don't stop me. Don't always look at me like that." Fang Yan felt a little guilty under Yi Rou's gaze and said, "I'm a little embarrassed." "You are the man I like." Yi Rou's voice was like the tinkling of spring water, small but clear. "Why can't I look at you more?" Chapter 675. You are the man I like. Why can't I look at you more? If this sentence came out of Fang Yan's mouth, it wouldn't be surprising at all. However, when this sentence came out of Yi Rou's mouth, Fang Yan felt ecstatic and flattered. Nowadays, everyone was used to men confessing to women. It would be rare and sincere for a woman to confess to a man occasionally, especially for a woman like Yi Rou. "What did you say?" Fang Yan resisted the palpitation in his heart and asked aloud. Yi Rou just looked at him and giggled, without answering. Fang Yan walked forward and held Yi Rou in his arms, saying with a smile, I was laughed at by Yi Fengxing just now. He said that he may not be as good as me in other things, but in terms of love, I, a virgin, am not qualified to criticize him. I don't even know how to fight back. Then don't fight back. Yi Rou said. You are so cute. I really want to do something inappropriate to you. Fang Yan said. After a pause, he added, but I don't dare to. Yi Rou raised her head from Fang Yan's arms and stared at him with her sparkling eyes. She said, do you want to coax me with sweet words? What's done cannot be undone. Fang Yan was speechless and hurriedly explained, I just said it casually. This kind of thing is consensual. How can I cheat? I'm not the kind of man you think. Besides, I can't beat you. If you fight back, I can't do anything. It's also possible that I'll be molested by you. Actually. Yi Rou looked at Fang Yan's delicate cheeks and said, no one likes to eat raw rice. Everyone is willing to eat cooked rice. Fang Yan was stunned for a long time. He looked at Yi Rou and said, what do you mean? Guess. If I guess wrong, you won't beat me. Some things were inevitable, but there was no need to rush. Fang Yan made up his mind to see Mr. Yi, but he didn't immediately run to see Mr. Yi. At the very least, he wouldn't go until his body recovered. He didn't even return to the Fang clan. On one hand, he wanted to stay in the Yi family to accompany Yi Rou for a while. He didn't know what would happen to him, but he wouldn't leave Yi Rou before she recovered from her serious injury. Perhaps it was because he had risked his life to save her, or perhaps it was because of Yi Rou's good fortune that her failure to climb the heavens way didn't bring her any severe sequelae. It was a great thing that he was alive and well, and that his head was clear and all his limbs whole. It was just that his body was a little weaker. It would probably take a long time for him to achieve such a breakthrough again. Yi Rou was still young, and she would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, those who had experienced life and death situations would understand the meaning of living better. Living was the greatest meaning. As for what they could obtain while they were alive, it would depend on their own efforts and the blessings of the heavens. He couldn't force it. Fang Yan's situation was worse than Yi Rou's. He didn't notice it at the beginning, thinking that his body was empty because of the volcanic eruption, and he would be fine after a few days of rest. However, when Fang Yan consciously tried to use his heart of Tai Chi, he found that it didn't move anymore. Just like a few years ago, it became a lifeless, stillborn fetus. This made Fang Yan panic. He was even more panicked than he had been 3 years ago. At that time, Fang Yan felt that everything in the world was just a game. Some games were wonderful and exciting, and some were more boring. If you failed or died, you would have a chance to be resurrected. Now, Fang Yan was besieged on all sides, surrounded by powerful enemies. He didn't want to lose even once, and he couldn't afford to lose even once. Without the heart of Tai Chi, it was equivalent to losing an important safety barrier for Fang Yan. He was prepared to reason with the teacher, but if he couldn't reason with him, wouldn't the heart of Tai Chi revolve and the Tai Chi domain fully unfolded? Fang Yan was very happy these days. Every day, he stayed with Yi Rou, said some very, very stupid things, and did some very, very stupid things. Of course, this was when Yi Daowen didn't notice. If Yi Daowen was at home, their meeting would most likely be a little unpleasant. Yi Daoling had already returned to Yanjing to work. With the importance of his current work, it was impossible for him to skip work for a few days. Li Xiaotian has already been warned by his family. His family's old man asked him to leave Swallow Dock immediately, but Li Xiaotian refused. He didn't want to listen to his family's grumbling, so he simply stayed at Wan Qian's house. Wang Kaishuan's life isn't good either. I heard that he has already been scolded by his father, who is a commander, several times. They're worried that you won't feel good, so they didn't come over to talk to you about these things. Yi Fengxing sat by the window and spoke seriously while peeling oranges to eat. Fang Yan lay on the bed and trimmed his nails. His fingers were long and slender, and the joints were fine. Many people said that they should be the hands to play the piano. However, he used them to practice martial arts and kill people. Of course, using these hands to kill people was also very good looking. They're afraid that I'll feel bad, but aren't you afraid that I'll feel bad? Fang Yan used a nail clipper to cut off a nail and said unhappily. Even if you don't feel bad, my heart will feel bad. Yi Fengxing said with a chuckle. Look at what kind of life you're living in, our Yi family. You forcibly occupied my room, soaked up my cousin, and even if I gave you food and clothes, you wouldn't change. Fang Yan sighed lightly and said, I've already said that this is my own matter. Today's situation, wasn't it already predicted long ago? We've also said long ago that your matter is our matter. Yi Fengxing said with a chuckle, there's no need to refuse. Some things are more precious because they're difficult. If we were to steal a chicken to beat a dog, would we need to come all the way back from Yanjing? What about in the future? Who cares about the future? Yi Fengxing sneered. Only those who can settle the matter in front of them properly have the right to talk about the future. Fang Yan looked at Yi Fengxing in shock and said, I realize that you're not just fat. It's very philosophical, isn't it? Yi Fengxing said proudly. Suddenly, those words came out of his mouth. After saying them, even he himself was shocked. Did such logical words really come out of Yi Fengxing's mouth? And stupid. Fang Yan said. Your family has lived here for generations. You don't need to think about the future, and your family doesn't need to think about it either. Let's go. Yi Fengxing stuffed the remaining half of the orange into his mouth. As he chewed until his mouth was full of sweet and sour juice, he threw the orange peel at Fang Yan's face and said, Here you go. After saying that, he pushed the chair away and left. Fang Yan looked at his back and smiled bitterly. I really don't want to drag my brothers into this. Fang Yan originally wanted to make preparations before going to see Mr. Yi, but he didn't expect to see Mr. Yi unprepared. These 2 days, Yi Ro's body was slightly better. Her face wasn't as pale as before, and her steps were more stable. After Yi Fengxing asked around, he found out that Yi Daowen had gone out to visit a friend. So, Fang Yan asked Yi Ro to go to the stone river in the back of the mountain. Ever since Yi Ro failed to pass the trial, they had been holed up in the courtyard of the Yi clan. They didn't even step out of the Yi clan's gate. Although the Yi clan didn't stop him from seeing Yi Ro, being watched by countless people in the Yi clan made him feel a little restricted. The weather was clear, and the wind was gentle. It was a good day for making love, flirting, and making love. Fang Yan and Yi Ro walked side by side on the path beside the stone river. It was already the end of autumn, and winter was peeking out. Steam rose from the surface of the stone river, and occasionally, white stripes jumped out of the water. The leaves were yellow, but the weeds on the ground were still growing lush. Fang Yan didn't pay attention to his surroundings. He focused all his attention on Yi Ro. He gathered his courage and held Yi Ro's little hand. After waiting for a long time, she didn't beat him up. He finally relaxed and whispered something to her. Yi Ro suddenly stopped. Because they were holding hands, when Yi Ro stopped, Fang Yan also stopped. Fang Yan raised his head and saw an old man walking toward him. It was an old man in a gray robe. He was hunched and walked slowly with a basket of dung. Seeing animal dung on the roadside, he stopped and shoveled the dung powder into the basket with the rake in his hand. His movements were very slow, and his expression was very solemn. It seemed that for him, shoveling dung was the most important thing in the world. After shoveling a pile of dung on the roadside, the old man picked up the basket again and walked toward Fang Yan. He raised his head and saw Fang Yan and Yi Ro, who had stopped moving forward. Yi Ro held Fang Yan's hand tightly. Fang Yan shook her hand back and told her that he was fine. Before they got close, they could smell the stench of animal dung. The teacher stood in front of Fang Yan and Yi Rou with the basket of dung in his hand. He looked at Yi Rou lovingly and said in a blaming tone, "Girl, why are you in such a hurry to break through at such a young age? Only by working steadily and laying a solid foundation can you be afraid that you can't peep into the way of heaven one day. The way of heaven is dark and far away, and ghosts and gods are obscure. You can't force it, and you can't force it. Do you remember?" Yi Rou bowed and thanked the teacher for his teaching. Chapter 676. "Thank you, sir," Yi Rou said with a clear voice and a respectful look. Sir was the village head of Swallow Dock and the most respected old man. He was highly respected and had many followers, including Fang Yan, who was also a fan of Sir. Sir blamed and reprimanded Yi Rou for her sudden breakthrough, which was a matter of course in everyone's eyes. Not only would you not be annoyed by it, but you would also feel deeply honored to be cared for. At least, that was what Yi Rou thought. Yi Rou knew that Fang Yan and Sir had a grudge against each other. Before the truth was revealed, the two parties were in a state of hostility. If Fang Yan and Sir had a conflict, she would choose to stand on Fang Yan's side without hesitation. If Fang Yan advanced, so did she. If Fang Yan fought, so did she. However, the person standing in front of her was Sir, the teacher of everyone in Swallow Dock. It had been a habit for a long time. What Sir says is right, what Sir wants to do is right, it is good for me that Sir cares about me, it is also good for me that Sir scolds me. All the people in Swallow Dock were proud to be taught or reprimanded by Sir. After decades of operation, Sir didn't deliberately do anything. Just like seeds would eventually sprout and tadpoles would eventually become frogs, Sir had become the oldest and most solid monument in Swallow Dock. Yi Rou didn't like Sir because Sir's disciple Bai Xiu killed Fang Yan's father. Yi Rou had to respect Sir, just like all the people in Swallow Dock had to respect Sir. That was a habit. It's a blessing and a tragedy for the Yi family to have you. Sir sighed and said, "You have such a talent, but you were born in a little girl. I'm afraid the Yi family won't let you go easily, right?" Yi Wen'er didn't expect that her husband would talk about this topic with her. She blushed and her ears turned red, but she didn't show it on her face. She said indifferently, "Who knows what will happen in the future?" "Yes, who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" The teacher grinned. His smile was kind and amiable, like an old man collecting dung in a village who was pleased and full of praise when he saw a promising young man. "The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it, you don't have to think too much. You failed the trial, but there were no repercussions. This meant that even the heavens were kind to you. Rest well. After accumulating strength, I'll once again pry into the heavenly Tao." "Yes, Sir," Yuan thanked him again. The teacher's gaze finally shifted to Fang Yan's face. It was not abrupt, nor was it strange. It was so natural. The smile on his face when he was facing Yi Rou was still there, so when he saw Fang Yan, there was still a smile on his face. However, the smile did not disappear immediately. Instead, it seemed to be spreading. Mr.'s skin was pitch black, like the tree bark that could be seen everywhere by the stone river, or the already withered lumps of sheep dung. Because his skin was too dark, the wrinkles on his face didn't seem deep. His eyes were cloudy, and crisscrossing red blood vessels could be seen in the whites of his eyes. It gave people a sense of familiarity, but also made it difficult for people to get close to it. "You're back." Mr. looked at Fang Yan and said. It was a normal greeting, just like how Fang Yan used to greet him countless times when he came back from outside. At that time, he might wear a gray robe and wander around the village. Most of the time, he would carry a dung basket and collect dung like today. The people of Swallow Dock raised countless pigs, cows, and sheep, and most of them were in a free-range state. However, it was rare to see animals' feces, urine, and other excreta inside or outside the village. It was because Swallow Dock had a sunset glow, poop shoveling brigade, headed by Mr., who had been doing the cleaning work in silence. When Fang Yan heard this question, he was extremely unwilling to accept it. He came back this time to see Mr. When he was in Huacheng, he had already started to conceive and plan all kinds of bloody battles when he returned and confronted Mr. What kind of face would Mr. put on, and how he should respond politely? What would Mr.'s first sentence say? He had to give a perfect answer and at the same time make the outside world think that he was a little persecuted man. For this reason, Li Xiaotian, Yi Fengsheng, and the others returned from Yanjing one by one to gather at Swallow Dock in order to show off their power. They did not give in even when they were threatened or even beaten by the elders of their families, just so that they could stand up at the critical moment and stand together with Fang Yan with passion and passion. They had already planned for so long and put in so much effort, but was this his attitude? You should be angry, you should be furious, you should be shouting, you could hit people with a dung shovel. Or you could display the dignity and domineering aura of a superior, and then use the schemes and tricks you have cultivated for decades to ask me some sharp but deep questions. How could you do nothing? Did he break the stalemate between the two of them with just a simple "I'm back"? "I'm back," Fang Yan replied in a muffled voice. Because Mr. didn't play his cards according to common sense, he couldn't play the cards he had prepared. Mr. nodded and said, "I heard from them that you were back a few days ago, and I thought you would go to find me right after. I haven't been to school these days, and I've been making big leaf tea several times a day, but I haven't seen you at all. What does that mean? Don't take it for granted." Fang Yan thought angrily. Fang Yan looked at Fang Yan and said, "Do you want me to go, Mr.?" "Of course I want you to go," Mr. said. "The later you go, the worse my character is in your eyes." The teacher looked around and said, "Winter is coming. Before the heavy snow seals the mountain, the animals on the mountain will be more active. After picking up the dung in the afternoon, my throat is so thirsty that it's smoking." Mr. looked at Yi Ro and said, "Ro, go back first. If you go back late, your family will be worried that they have been tricked by this guy to do bad things." As if he knew that Yi Ro would agree, he turned his eyes to Fang Yan again after saying that, and said, "Come with me. Let's have a private talk." Yi Ro looked at Fang Yan, and Fang Yan nodded to her. Yi Ro still looked at Fang Yan, and Fang Yan said with a bitter smile, "Go back." Yi Ro nodded and said, "I'll go back first." Yi Ro turned around and left, walking towards the village of Swallow Dock. Mr. also carried the dung basket and walked towards Swallow Dock, and Fang Yan followed him step by step. When they arrived at Mr.'s hut, Mr. poured the dung in the basket into the cesspool. The village was so backward that they didn't even use biogas. So after the dung fermented on its own, it was picked up by manpower, carried to the wheat field or the rape field, and sprinkled. Mr. threw the dung basket in the corner outside the courtyard, went to the yard to get a bucket of water to wash his hands and face, and then pushed open the wooden door, took the big enamel jar on the table, and gulped down a big mouthful of water. Then he seemed to think of Fang Yan again, and said, "Do you want to drink tea?" Fang Yan refused and said, "I've been taking tonic recently, and I'm afraid that the medicine has been neutralized. It's not convenient for me to drink tea." Mr. didn't insist, and said, "It's said that you make good tea. Even Dao Ling, who has enjoyed a good life in the city, praises your tea skills. I've never had a chance to taste it." Fang Yan didn't respond. If he didn't solve the knot in his heart, he might not be able to make a pot of good tea for Mr. in his life. Mr. stood at the door with a tea jar in his hand, and Fang Yan stood outside in a white robe. There was only a doorsill between them. The light in the thatched cottage was dim, and Mr.'s face was hidden in this gloomy atmosphere. The sun was shining brightly outside, and Fang Yan, who was dressed in a white robe, looked handsome, like the golden sunlight in the sky, dazzling people's eyes. "You came too late." Mr. looked at Fang Yan and said. Fang Yan nodded and said, "Maybe it's too early. I always feel that I'm not ready, and I want to spend more time with the people close to me. After all, I don't have any relatives by my side. You've always been a good child who values friendship and righteousness." Mr. praised. "What you said is something that everyone should care about. In this world, there's nothing more important than this. Fang Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he said, if you said that in the past, I would be proud for a long time. Even Mr. praised me, which proves that I must be such an outstanding person. And now I feel that it's a great irony to me. Fang Yan said. You want me to come earlier? I want you to come earlier. You said that the later I come, the worse your character is in my heart. Fang Yan's eyes became sharp, and he stared coldly at Mr. standing in front of him, and said, are you so confident in your character? Mr. picked up the tea jar and drank a mouthful of tea, and said, there's hostility in your heart. That's murderous intent. Fang Yan said. 3 years ago, it was hostility, and after 3 years of digestion, it has long become murderous intent. You don't want to kill me. Mr. said. If you wanted to kill someone, you would have thought of a way to kill him. Mr. looked at Fang Yan, and said, conspiring, ambushing, poisoning, or any other method. These are all things that you, Fang Yan, can do. Chapter 677. However, you chose to meet me, Fang Yan, in the most primitive and foolish way, just like the other children. I've watched you grow up, so you shouldn't have any objections to what I'm saying, right? It's not just you, I've also watched your father, Fang Yixing, grow up from a naughty kid in open-crotch pants to a tall young man, and then become a husband and a father. You're not a person who likes to play cards according to common sense. For a person like you to suddenly play cards according to common sense, it proves that you're afraid of Fang Yan. You treat meeting me as a matter of life and death? Do you think I'll slap you to death in front of countless villagers? Fang Yan, what do you take me for? And what do you take Swallow Doc for? Sir's tone was very casual, and his expression was very calm. Sir did not show any anger or resentment, and he did not exude his domineering aura. Even his words were very simple and straightforward, and he would definitely not confuse you. Sir's words made you feel like an old farmer was talking to you, but every sentence and every word made Fang Yan feel very pressured. The reason why we fear a person is not because of what he says, but because of what kind of person he is. What kind of person was Sir? What kind of person is Sir? Fang Yan asked the biggest question in his heart. Sir held a large enamel jar and narrowed his eyes as he sized up Fang Yan, who was standing in the divine light. The young boy in the past had become handsome and elegant. In terms of temperament and demeanor, Fang Yan could be said to be the most handsome young man in Swallow Dock. Of course, the original most handsome young man, Bai Xiu, had been killed by Fang Yan. The greatest evil in life was to be an obstacle. If Bai Xiu had looked like Yi Fengsheng, he would still be living comfortably, right? If he didn't act so pretentiously. Sir looked at Fang Yan and asked softly, in your heart, what kind of person is Sir? Sir, you know, I just want an answer, Fang Yan said. Like you, I also want an answer. Mr. stubbornly looked at Fang Yan and said, what kind of person are you, mister? I don't know. Fang Yan gritted his teeth. This answer doesn't match your style at all. The teacher shook his head and sighed. Fang Yan, ever since I've known you, have you ever said anything that you're afraid of? Is there anyone you don't dare to see? If there is. Fang Yan's smile was full of grief and indignation. Only you can do that, sir. Only the person who loves me can hurt me the most, and being stabbed by the person I respect the most is even crueler. Swallow Dock was a special place, and it was also a place that people could be proud of. And Sir was Swallow Dock Sir, the pillar and totem in the hearts of countless people. For example, when Fang Yan brought Yi Fengsheng and Li Xiaotian to confront Jiang Junling at the Maple Leaf Club in Yanjing, he knew that if the situation was irreversible, Sir would definitely come out, and he really wanted to force Sir to come out. In the end, under the situation of being pressured from both inside and outside, Sir did come out, and he even used the red machine that he had been locked in an iron box. At that time, everyone thought that Fang Yan was in a weak position, but in fact, they had never thought that the real strong person was actually Fang Yan, and that Jiang Junling was the weak one. That night, it seemed that Fang Yan and his companions were the ones who were rejected and attacked by the crowd, but even if hundreds of people attacked together, what could they do to them? They couldn't win in an argument, and they couldn't win in a fight. What advantage did they have? Loss of reputation. Losing face. Come on, Fang Yan was originally an insignificant person at that time. What face did he have? What reputation did he have to lose? The one who truly lost face was Jiang Junling, and the one who truly lost his reputation was also Jiang Junling. Some people said that a person's opponent determined their height. Fang Yan's opponent was Jiang Junling, so everyone put him and Jiang Junling on the same level. Have you considered Jiang Junling's feelings? It was just like how some small celebrities who had just made their debut had to rely on Lu Dehua or Xia Chen to create hype, saying that they wanted to surpass Lu Dehua and that they wanted to soak up Xia Chen. Have you considered the feelings of Lu Dehua and Xia Chen? That was a marketing campaign, a self-marketing campaign for Fang Yan's position. It was also a scheme to force the Jiang family to give up their position. If it wasn't for some people realizing the seriousness of the problem, Yi Daoling would be sitting in the position of the Jiang family, and with the Jiang family sitting in this position, Fang Yan's days would be even worse. What kind of person was Fang Yan? Things had only started to take shape, but he had already completed the entire plan and guided it. Yi Fengsheng, Li Xiaotian, Wan Qian, and the others who stood behind him, some of them understood at the time, and some of them only understood afterwards. No matter what, they were willing to advance and retreat together with Fang Yan. Otherwise, with Fang Yan's personality, he would definitely turn around and run when he realized that he was about to suffer a loss. A music addict can't eat. Who would be willing to bear the siege of hundreds of people for a woman? The one who set up the stage was Fang Yan, and the one who acted was also Fang Yan. However, the final director was Mr. Fang Yan, who was far away in Swallow Dock. The reason why Fang Yan dared to cause such a huge disaster and dared to ignore the enmity of the Jiang family and all of the wealthy families in Beijing was also because he had Swallow Dock and Mr. However, could the current Mr. still support him? Could he trust him like a totem engraved on his soul? Mr. was silent for a long time, then said, Fang Yan, I heard that you broke through again in Huaqing and comprehended the Tai Chi light that is rarely seen in 100 years. That is also thanks to Mr.'s good disciple, Bai Xiu. Most of this is due to his efforts. Fang Yan said with a face full of sarcasm, if he and Jiang Junling hadn't worked together to set up that sure-kill trap, if he hadn't used the thunderclap sword to attract the lightning, if he hadn't forced me into desperate straits with that old man Song Zaniang time and time again, if it hadn't been for him, how could I have had the chance to break through again? Actually, Fang Yan was lying. The reason why he comprehended the Tai Chi light was mainly because he was forced by the Blade Monarchs, chopping wood blade. When he comprehended the Tai Chi light, Bai Xiu had not yet appeared, and neither had the phoenix. Thinking of the phoenix, Fang Yan's heart bled. These bastards, why did they have to drag those innocent people into this? Thinking of the phoenix heartbroken because of this and how she cut off her mortal roots to escape to Buddhism, Fang Yan's heart was filled with anger. The phoenix hated. She hated how fate played tricks on her. Fang Yan also hated. He hated how those conspirators had ruthlessly manipulated their fates. Bai Xiu, Jiang Junling, the Yin family, and perhaps even Mr. were all sinners. Mr. was finally angry. Fang Yan rarely saw Mr. angry. Even if a student in the academy did something terribly wrong, he would just keep a straight face and slap them. But at this moment, Mr. frowned. His eyebrows furrowed so deeply that his thick eyebrows turned into curved black silkworms. Mr. stared at Fang Yan with a burning gaze. His eyes, which had always been dispirited and depressed, flashed with a frightening brilliance. He said in a low voice, You just want an answer, right? Yes. Fang Yan said. I also need to ask Mr. to give justice to my dead father. Otherwise, the dead will not be able to rest in peace, and the living will not be able to rest in peace. Fine. I will give you justice. Mr. said. He held the jar in one hand and raised the other, fiercely chopping toward Fang Yan's face. Palm as a sword. Thunderclap sword. After leaving Mr.'s sight, Yi Rou's footsteps became hurried. She didn't return to her Yi family because she knew Yi Fengxing wasn't home. She walked along the stone river all the way to the Ruan family at the entrance of the village. Sure enough, before she got close, she heard the laughter of young people inside. Yi Rou appeared at the entrance of the courtyard and saw Li Xiaotian and Ruan Qian wrestling. The others were holding a wine pot, lying down or sitting, and were still fiercely discussing who would win and who would lose. I'm betting on Xiaotian. Xiaotian's Kung Fu foundation is not bad, although he has put on a little weight after becoming a businessman. If it was before, I would definitely bet on Xiaotian, but now I'm betting on Ruan Qian. Ruan Qian is always by Uncle Ye's side. With Uncle Ye's strict attitude toward the people around him, it would be hard for him not to risk his life. Look at Uncle Donghai. I didn't think much of his kung fu before, but after following third uncle for a few years, he has become a first-class expert. The last time my dad saw him, he said his kung fu had reached a higher level. Yi Fengxing's eyes were sharp. When he saw Yi Rou standing at the door, he quickly jumped up to greet her and said, "Sister, why are you here? Didn't you go to the stone river with Fang Huohuo for a walk?" The others also stood up. Wang Kaixian looked at Yi Rou with a smile and said, "Originally, they wanted to follow and peep, but I forcefully stopped them. I say, they're a couple talking about love, so why are you people going over to join in the fun?" If it was before, Wang Kaixian and Li Xiaotian wouldn't dare to speak to Yi Rou in such a tone. Because according to Yi Rou's character, they were likely to be beaten black and blue by Yi Rou before they could finish a joke. It wasn't that Yi Rou's character had changed, it was mainly that Yi Rou's identity had changed. Now, Yi Rou was his brother's woman. If he made a joke with his brother's woman, wouldn't it mean that everyone was close and liked her? Sure enough, Yi Rou didn't hit them this time. Yi Rou looked at Yi Fengxing and said, "Fang Yan went to see Sir F***CK. Yi Fengxing threw the wine bottle in his hand out, smashing it on the wall and breaking it. He cursed, "This bastard, son of a bitch, we agreed to go together. How can he be so untrustworthy?" You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.